watch with my kids, but like you would cheer for the Canadians, right? As Canadians, we'd be like, oh, there's a Canadian person, right? So like to actually have a stage, a platform for our Canadians to come to share their talents, and then have a little, little tiny part in possibly changing the trajectory of their lives. This is life-changing stuff. I just got goosebumps.
$1 million.
Really
it is life-changing money in Canadian dollars. So you're doing this. This is your third season now. So what stood out to you most in this season in terms of acts? I know you can't give anything away, but like the bar is higher now, right?
Yeah. You know what it is? This I can give away. I think the engagement was like on a higher level. Like, there was so much that everybody just left on the stage. So it's like this year, there were a lot of different things that connected with us on an emotional level, like things that you wouldn't, things that you wouldn't imagine. And I think we were like so heavily invested in it this year, you know what I mean? So it was like, it was emotional for us because we wanted for people to do well. We want for them to kill it. And it's like, yo, you got to tune in, but there are literally some things that I think rocked every judge this season for sure, including myself.
And what we saw is like a lot of, we said the bigger talent pool for sure. But you saw like, we'd see fire eaters, we'd see the magicians. It was almost like this year, like fire-eating magicians.
Right.
Like it was like
this is their year.
People knew, like they're like, we can't just be like, I can't just eat fire. I need to do, like, they needed to up their game. We saw definitely the bar was risen. It was really fantastic stuff we saw, and also crappy stuff, which is fun to watch too.
Okay, this is what I want to ask you about. So, I mean, can we do a little bit of behind the scenes? Because to me, this is the most fun. Obviously, you guys look like you have a lot of fun when you're together on set. The days are long, I understand, but like, when you see an act that's really bad, what is your initial thought? And can you show your initial thought?
Hell yeah. Listen, those big X's that we have up there is not just X marks the spot. That is so that we can get them out of here. And as a matter of fact, let me look to the camera, whichever camera it is. Howie, stop letting these people go for so long. Because Howie will never press it. He'll let it go forever. And I'm just like...
To be fair, he goes, you never... Like, sometimes there is something that's horrible, and an ex-husband buzz, and if you let it go a little, you're like, and then you say to him, you let that too long.
Cardi looks like he knows always.
He just knows always. He don't give you a chance. If you don't hit it right away, forget about it. But it's kind of fun. It really is. Those are kind of fun, actually.
Oh, I love getting a glimpse of behind the scenes. Guys, thanks so much for coming in. Great to have you both here.
Thank you for having us.
A reminder to at home, Canada's Got Talent Season 3. And it's what season, Cardinal? What season is it? It's the
$1 million season!
That will start tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern on City. Or you can stream it on City TV Plus. Thanks for being here, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. Coming up next, do you ever wonder what kind of music our studio can make? This studio that we're looking at right now. We'll be back in a minute, Canada. Oh, wow. With Stomp.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back and better than ever. Enjoy Canada's favorite rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our famous fish and chips, new fish sandwich, or our new popcorn shrimp appetizer. Starting from only $16.99. Hurry in to Swiss Chalet. Welcome to the Waverhood.
The Wayfair vibe at our place is Western.
My thing, darling, shine.
Gardening.
Some of us go for the dramatic.
How didn't I know Weaver had vanities in tile? Oh!
This? Yeah. Do you have any ottomans without legs?
Sean, you'll flip for the proof card.
In the Waverhood, there's a place for all of us.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You know daily fiber is important, but traditional products? Restore Fiber is fiber made fun, supporting regularity with naturally sourced prebiotic fiber in a delicious, convenient gummy and 6 tasty fruit flavors. Choose Restore Fiber Daily Gummies.
New Bear Paws Crunchy Cookies, awesome!
2 for Sun Bear. 2 for me. Sun Bear's asleep.
Finally.
Busted!
New Bear Paws Crunchy Cookies. A shareable snack you won't want to share.
Depend offers all-day protection, so you can say yes to almost anything.
Yes! Yes. Yes. No.
Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Want some coffee, mate?
Coffee would be great. Thanks, mate.
How about some coffee, mate?
Coffee, mate.
Coffee, mate?
I already said I want some coffee, mate.
I bet you want some coffee, mate. Oh, I'd love some coffee, mate, with my coffee, mate. Mate? Oh, crikey, that's rich and creamy coffee, mate.
Do you know why I selected you?
To crush anyone who makes you weak.
Anyone who dares insult me or my country shall feel my fury. Yeah, good.
Let's get to work. Come on. What the?
Sharpen your knife. We are back.
Let's go.
This season, you'll have to earn your place on one of our teams.
Are you ready?
Next Level Chef, Thursday, 8/9 Mountain on CTV.
For more than 30 years, a group of performers has been showing the world you can make music out of just about anything. Oh, doesn't this get you pumped up in the morning? The electric stage show Stomp proves that trash cans, broomsticks, lighters, I mean, really anything, are instruments in disguise. And today, they're going to show us how to turn our own studio, the Your Morning studio, into a music studio. Joining us are Stomp performers Micah Cower, Carrie Lamb Jr., Zana Johnson, and Declan Hayden. Welcome to the studio, everybody.
Thank you.
You gave us a little preview before the break, which was really exciting, and we're going to get to you guys playing in a second. But I need to know a couple of things. Micah, I mean, you all have dance backgrounds, music backgrounds. How do you translate that into performing with Stomp?
I think that's the fun part of the show. Everyone kind of has a different background. I'm a drummer, Declan's a drummer, Carrie and Zana are dancers, some people come in as actors. So the great thing about the show is whatever your talent set is, as long as you're your authentic self on stage, that's really all the creators want in the show. So we just bring whatever talents we have and play the music, and yeah, really kind of just whatever we want to bring to the show.
And speaking of bringing to the show, what sort of input does the audience have in terms of how you play?
Oh, they give us everything. You know, we have everyday objects that we use, and they know what we're playing, but they don't really know how it sounds until we explore it for them. For example, our broom number is, the audience, we need them to come in and really listen to what we're doing so that when we go big, that they actually feel what we're giving them.
That must be so much fun to watch their faces. Guys, I have to ask you about how you auditioned for this. Okay, take me back to the audition process. On it, what was your audition like?
Oh my goodness, my audition, I had no idea what I was walking into. But they basically just give you little segments of the show to learn, and also they give you space to improv and show them what you have. And so we each just show little parts of ourselves, and then they decide if they can use us or not. It was more like
stressful?
Yes, it was stressful, but it was more like a workshop than an audition, so it was also really, really fun.
So Declan, do you remember how you were feeling during the audition?
Very nervous, but it was super fun. Agreed.
I bet. You too?
Oh, yeah. I remember I auditioned for the show, didn't even get in the first time, but loved the audition so much because they're teaching you real things you do in the show, and I remember teaching all my friends, and it was something I did for years just on my own before even joining the show because I loved the audition so much.
Yeah, would you just walk around your house just hitting things?
Oh, my mom hates it. Everywhere I go, in the kitchen, in the washroom, just banging on things. Because that's what the show does to you. You see the show, and then you leave the show having a different appreciation for rhythm and music, so you'll start doing it too.
Well, let me tell our audience and everybody watching right now, they scoured the studio, found all of these objects. They're going to play those objects right now. The floor is yours.
Love it. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mervish.com for more ticket info. You can catch Stomp on stage, everybody. Toronto Crystal West Theatre through March 24th.
It's odd how, in an instant, things can transform. Slipping out of balance into free fall.
The stock market is now down 23%.
This is happening, people.
Where there are so few certainties.
Look around. You deserve it.
As we navigate a future unknown. I'm glad I found stability amidst it all. Gold. Standing the test of time.
What's next in pain relief? Salonpas Roll-On and Cream, the only products with 2 clinically studied anesthetics, lidocaine and benzyl alcohol. Salonpas starts to work on contact to numb pain away. Salonpas, it's good medicine.
It just Hut's different. All Pizza Hut favorites, all 50% off. For now. So when the order's up in the air, or your crew can't agree, tell them half is free. For real, what more do you need, pizza-wise? Now that's delivering.
What to do with dead batteries? Decisions, decisions, decisions. Good call. Recycling your batteries isn't complicated. Just collect, protect, and drop them off every 3 months. Learn more at recycleyourbatteries.ca. Recycle your batteries, Canada.
Sally's having a hard time focusing on her yoga routine. She's thinking about her family and how to protect them should anything happen to her. With Northcover Life Insurance, she'll be so well covered that it would be like she's wearing a parka. And like a parka, Northcover keeps you well protected. Sally, why don't you try that stretch again? With Northcover Life Insurance, take comfort in affordable coverage that doesn't stretch your wallet. And if you're not sure where to start, don't worry. Applying is easy. Expert insurance advisors are a phone call away. You're covered for death by any cause once coverage commences, with a cash payout of up to $1.5 million. Plus, if diagnosed with a terminal illness, you'll receive your benefit up front. Looking good, Sally. Being well protected sure feels great. Northcover, comfort in being protected. Get a quote today. Call 1-844-466-1010 now or visit northcover.ca.
Hello?
There's a new case. You interested?
My son ran away from home.
My wife hasn't called.
My sister is missing. Can you help me?
It is what I do. Don't miss a new tracker at a special time, Sunday at 8, 9 Mountain on CTV.
Tomorrow, My Best Friend's Wedding meets the Silver Linings Playbook. Why you should add Never Been Better to your reading list. Start your morning in the know Wednesday, only on CTV. We want to end the show in Ottawa. We're just on the other side of this break. There'll be a national special, our friends at CTV News Channel, special coverage of Brian Mulroney lying in state. That will begin at 9 a.m. Eastern. And we know, speaking to Stefan Keys, who's part of that special, a little later today is when the public will be allowed in. That's the Parliament buildings right now. But across the street from there is the Sir John A. Macdonald building, where the remembrances will take place. Something to note in this live shot, too, Lindsay, is the flags at half-mast. And Mark Mulroney earlier this week saying that that meant so much to the family. Coverage begins at 9.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to vision loss. PreserVision A-Red Stew contains a clinically proven formula to help maintain eyesight in conditions such as AMD. Ask your doctor about PreserVision.
Like I did with PreserVision.
Here's Liz, whose bladder leaks drop in uninvited. But instead of period pads, she brought Poise Ultra Thin. So she can bounce on with Poise protection and a fresh new look.
When you smell the amazing scent of Gain Flings, time stops. And you realize you're in love.
Steve!
With a laundry detergent. Gain Flings, seriously good scent.
This thing isn't getting any better.
And it won't get better on its own.
On top of that, it looks gross.
It's a nail fungus infection.
Really gross.
And it can spread to other people. It's contagious.
I think I need to see a doctor.
It's a good thing you came to see me. It's an infection. You need a prescription.
Nail fungus should be taken seriously. At the first signs, show it to your doctor or foot care practitioner and ask about prescription treatments that can be applied to the nail.
Find a great deal for your ideal hotel. Open Trivago,
Type in where you want to go, select your check-in and check-out dates, and search. Compare prices for the same hotel and save up to $50 a night. Hotel Trivago.
Hey there. Meet a few home equity bank customers. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
We're talking today about how big changes in the world are affecting retirement plans. Now, what I'm learning is that thanks to CHIP, Canadian homeowners age 55 and better are able to retire in their own home and have the freedom to live the secure retirement that they deserve. Did I get that right?
Right, Kurt.
If you're 55 or older, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-866-415-2447 for your free, no-obligation guide.
In a changing world, you can rely on the stability and experience of CHIP. All right, guys, where were we?
For your free guide, call 1-866-415-2447. That's 1-866-415-CHIP or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
No amount of studying can guarantee a gambling win. Find tips for safer play at gamblingisrandom.ca.
Paying tribute to a former prime minister, the body of Brian Mulroney will lie in state in Ottawa today and tomorrow ahead of Saturday's state funeral. Canada's inflation rate slows to 2.8% in February, driven by the unexpected easing of grocery prices.
The people of Gaza are facing unspeakable violence. Thousands of children have been killed, and vital supplies like food, medicine, and water are scarce.
A last-minute deal between the Liberals and the NDP as the House of Commons approves a motion on Palestinian statehood. Hello, I'm Marcia McMillan. Thank you for being with us this morning. We begin in Ottawa, where today members of the public will have their first chance to pay their respects to former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. Later this hour, Mulroney's casket will be brought to the Sir John A. Macdonald building across from Parliament Hill, where he will lie in state today and tomorrow. Dignitaries, including Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Governor General Mary Simon, will offer their condolences to the Mulroney family. The public will then be able to pay their respects before Mulroney's body is taken to Montreal, where he will lie in repose Thursday. A state funeral will be held Saturday morning in Montreal's Notre Dame Basilica, with eulogies from the Prime Minister's daughter, Caroline Mulroney, Wayne Gretzky, and former Quebec Premier Jean Charest. Joining me now is Tom Mulcair. He is CTV's political commentator and the former leader of the NDP. Good morning to you, Tom. It's the beginning of an emotional few days for this country, and I'm wondering, Tom, how you are feeling as you reflect this morning on the legacy of Brian Mulroney.
Brian Mulroney was a very good prime minister and an outstanding politician. Very good person. He always reached out, and I got to know him over the years because of our strong connection, in particular to the Irish community here in Quebec. That's interesting also, Marcia, to point out that he'll be lying in repose at St. Patrick's Basilica, a minor basilica, not nearly as large in terms of number of seats as Notre Dame, which is where the actual funeral will take place. But it was a way for the family and for him to reconnect with those Irish roots by making sure that he would be at St. Patrick's when people would come in to pay their respects. So it's a representation of who Brian Mulroney was. Very humble roots, able to talk to people of all classes in society, and talk he did. He really did enjoy reaching out and connecting with people. He accomplished some great things. People have mentioned many times his strong stand against apartheid, that horrible racist system in South Africa. He stood up against people he liked and worked with, including Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. But that was the type of person he was. His work on the environment was remarkable. His work on economic issues as well. So there were some bumps in the road, as there will be in any political career, but his was actually one of the outstanding ones in Canadian history.
I was struck, of course, I think we all were, by the reflections on Mulroney yesterday in the House of Commons, and you touched on one, and I believe it was Elizabeth May who said, you can really measure a man, and I'm paraphrasing here, by not just their ability to stand up to their enemies, but to their friends as well. And she was referring to Mulroney standing up to Margaret Thatcher. What struck you yesterday as you heard these tributes to the former Prime Minister?
The unanimity and the heartfelt nature of those remarks. It was often tinged with a softer side, a bit of humor, as people recalled his way of reaching out and talking. Descriptions that were repeated by many of his particularly close relationship with his wife Mila, and of course the very strong family ties. That was his bedrock, his support that got him through so much. And I think that's what remains with me the most. So because behind any politician, there's always the human side, and his human side was particularly attaching.
Tom Mulcair, thank you for that. Really appreciate seeing you this morning. I want to bring in CTV's chief political correspondent, Vassy Kapelos, now. Vassy, good morning to you. Walk us through what you are seeing there on the ground in Ottawa and what we can expect over the next few hours.
Good morning. It's great to be with you. I mean, we can expect a lot over the next few hours. Primarily, first and foremost, the family who you were just talking about with Tom, of Brian Mulroney, who were in the gallery of the House of Commons yesterday. They will be coming here very shortly, in about half an hour's time, maybe just under actually, and they will be accompanying the casket, which will be escorted by the RCMP, my understanding is, into the building just behind me. There's a whole lot of media assembled at this point, but we do expect the public to start lining up as well. They'll be allowed in at around 12:30 Eastern. And then in between the public entrance and the family entrance, the family will take some personal time with the former Prime Minister and with each other inside the room. And then they will receive dignitaries. And we've got, everyone from the current Prime Minister and the current Governor General to former Prime Ministers, former Governors General, a whole host of dignitaries from all different political parties, much like the scene that you and Tom described so aptly in the House of Commons yesterday. Just people from every different walk of life, every different political stripe coming together to truly pay homage and honor the former Prime Minister.
Vassy, do we have any idea what kind of turnout from the public we could see over the next few days, not just in Ottawa, but in Montreal as well?
I think it will be substantive. If the reaction in the past few weeks is any indication of that, I saw a poll this morning that was commissioned about the view Canadians have of the former Prime Minister, and I think it was 83% of them believe that he did a good job as Prime Minister. My inbox has been full of people who have listened, for example, to our interview with his son, or have watched the coverage over the past number of weeks and have very specific feelings about Brian Mulroney and his legacy. So I do expect there to be a substantive turnout both here and in Montreal, where, of course, he has very deep roots as well. I think that it's also important to note there's a lot of security here, and there will be a lot of security in Montreal through the lying in repose right to the state funeral. So it might not be the easiest thing to access, but I do expect there to be a number of Canadians who do want to pay tribute in person to Brian Mulroney.
And Vassy, of course, you mentioned the state funeral on Saturday. Do we have the order of service yet? What can we expect to see?
We don't quite have the order of service yet, but we do know who will be there in attendance and delivering eulogies, everyone from former Premier and Liberal leader Jean Charest to a host of other personalities like Wayne Gretzky. And then from the family, we are expecting Caroline Mulroney, Minister Mulroney, she's a minister in the Ontario government, to deliver the eulogy on behalf of them yesterday. And I think you referenced this with Tom as well. His three sons were speaking to reporters after the tributes in the House of Commons. You could tell how touched they have been by the outpouring from the public, but also from politicians. They singled out Elizabeth May, as Tom did, and as you did, as someone who particularly, her words particularly touched them. And again, that's evidence of just how widespread in scope the legacy of this former prime minister is, right? It touches people from all different parties, and you keep hearing people say, I had this type of relationship with him. He spoke to me in this part of difficult instance in my life. And I do expect much more of the same throughout today. And I do expect not only a substantive number of Canadians in the public will come want to pay tribute, but also a substantive number of politicians will want to do the same.
Vashi, thanks so much for that. We're going to be tossing things over to you shortly. In the meantime, we'll get to some other news. Thanks, Vashi. We've got breaking news this morning on the Canadian economy. Canada's inflation rate slowing slightly in February. StatsCan reports the consumer price index rose by 2.8% on a year-over-year basis, down from an increase of 2.9% in January. Canadians paid less for cellular service, while prices for groceries increased at a slower rate for the first time since October 2021. Canadians were paying more for gasoline, with prices at the pump rising by 0.8% compared to a 4% decline in January. Back to Ottawa, an NDP motion that initially called on Canada to recognize the, quote, state of Palestine passed late last night, but it was after the Liberals drastically altered its wording. CTV's Scott Hurst joins me now with more on that. So, Scott, what happened here?
Quite a contentious vote and a late evening for MPs on Parliament Hill as they were voting on these 11th hour amendments, which, as you said, drastically changed this original motion and ended up passing by a vote of 204 to 117. This motion, a non-binding yet highly symbolic resolution calling on the government to recognize Palestinian statehood. Now, it appeared at first it was going to fail, with Melanie Joly getting up and saying they can't change foreign policy based on an opposition motion. But there were significant changes, up to 14 amendments to the original motion. But the most notable was this section. The original motion called on the government to, quote, officially recognize the state of Palestine. But in the end, with the amendments to this section specifically, it ended up calling on the government to work with its international partners to continue to pursue lasting peace in the Middle East, including working towards a two-state solution, much more in line with Canada's current foreign policy. Here's more from Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly on what it got for them to vote in favor of this resolution.
This is clearly the intent of this government to make sure that we follow what is written in this motion. And that is why we've worked very hard to make sure that we could get to a text where we could abide by it.
Most Liberal MPs voted in favor. However, not all voted in favor of the resolution. NDP, Bloc Québécois, and Green MPs also backed the motion. The federal Conservatives did not. And some of the contentious moments on Parliament Hill last night included the fact that because there were so many significant changes at the 11th hour, many of the Conservative members were saying we can't have significant debate with all these amendments on such a significant foreign policy issue.
Scott, what are you hearing in terms of reaction from the Jewish community and beyond?
There's been a lot of reaction already this morning. The Jewish community basically calling it a slap in the face, not only for our allies, but also for Jewish Canadians. The UJA Federation of Greater Toronto, with a statement calling it a shameful motion, saying elements of its text are disturbing and unacceptable, and ultimately saying it rewards Palestinian extremists and undermines the security of people in Israel. On the other hand, the National Council of Canadian Muslims putting out a statement saying they are aware and recognize that there were a lot of people that were in favor of the original text of the motion, but ultimately the National Council of Canadian Muslims, Marcia, saying they're pleased with the result of the vote, going on to say it'll likely result in historic change for Canada. So that is the reaction this morning as this debate went well into the evening, as MPs were voting on these 11th hour amendments well into the evening last night.
Scott Hurst, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Turning now to the latest on the Israel-Hamas war, there is word from Qatar this morning that while no deal has been reached on a ceasefire in Gaza, negotiators are hopeful.
We have cautioned, and we will still caution, that any attack on Rafah will make the humanitarian situation considerably worse and will result in atrocities that have not been seen before in this terrible crisis.
The comments come after Israel's intelligence chief left Doha following talks aimed at reaching a ceasefire deal. There's also a renewed focus on Israel's warning of a ground offensive in Rafah. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says that topic came up during a phone call between U.S. President Joe Biden and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu Monday. It was their first interaction in over a month.
Our position is that Hamas should not be allowed a safe haven in Rafah or anywhere else. But a major ground operation there would be a mistake. It would lead to more innocent civilian deaths, worsen the already dire humanitarian crisis, deepen the anarchy in Gaza, and further isolate Israel internationally.
More than 1 million people have fled to Rafah, which has long been considered the last safe place in Gaza. Former U.S. President Donald Trump stirring up anger with his comments that Jews who vote for Democrats hate Israel and hate their religion. Trump made the comments during an interview on Monday when he was asked about the Democrats' criticism of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's handling of the war in Gaza. The controversy around Princess Kate's whereabouts may be coming to an end as a new video of her appears to have surfaced. The Princess of Wales was seen walking and carrying shopping bags at a farm in Windsor near their family home. Prince William is with her. She hasn't been seen in public since her hospital visit in January, despite a few blurry and manipulated pictures that led to that public stirring of massive speculation and rumors about her whereabouts on social media.
I would just expect her to be spotted at some point because obviously she's recovering from her surgery.
Yeah, it'd be great to see her back in the public and showing her face, and so everybody knows that she's doing fine, she's healthy and hopefully back serving us as we hope she will be soon.
Meantime, Prince William was seen. He made an appearance for several housing initiatives. It was to promote his homelessness and housing insecurity project in London. Princess Kate was not there, creating further speculation that could overshadow William's return to one of his personal causes. Still ahead this hour, our coverage continues out of Ottawa, where former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney is being remembered this week. His body will lie in state starting later this morning. The public will get their chance to say their goodbyes. Mulroney died last month at the age of 84. Stay with us.
Sullivan's Crossing, new season, Sunday, April 14th on CTV.
This thing isn't getting any better.
And it won't get better. It's a nail fungus infection.
On top of that, it looks gross.
And it can spread to other people. It's contagious. You need a prescription.
Ask your doctor or foot care practitioner about prescription treatments that can be applied to the nail.
This is our future, Ma. GoDaddy Aero creates a logo, website, even social posts in minutes.
How?
AI.
AI like it. Who wants to come see the future?
Get your business online in minutes with GoDaddy Aero.
Canada has one of the best backyards in the world. Don't let allergies prevent you from breathing it all in. Get relief fast. Reactin acts fast to relieve allergy symptoms and lasts 24 hours. Breathe it all in with Reactin.
My grandson can choose to be anything he wants to be, which reminds me, I've got a few choices to make of my own.
Welcome to Senior's Choice. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Wow, that easy?
Depending on the coverage you choose, it would be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
Senior's Choice are the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-834-2722 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Another live look to Ottawa this morning. The casket of former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney is set to arrive this hour ahead of Saturday's state funeral in Montreal. Members of the public who want to pay tribute to Mulroney can visit the Sir John A. Macdonald building this afternoon and tomorrow morning. CTV's Colton Prale is standing by for us with more. Colton, set the scene for us and walk us through what we can expect to happen this morning.
Marcia, we're about 15 minutes away or so from the cortege, the hearse carrying the casket of Prime Minister Brian Mulroney arriving behind me. It's going to drive east up Wellington Street and stop here at the Sir John A. Macdonald building. It's right across the hill from the West Block and Parliament Hill, or right across the street, I should say, from West Block and Parliament Hill. Once that arrives, there will be a procession. We just had the Speaker of the House of Commons arrive. He will be here to greet the cortege, to greet the family of Prime Minister Brian Mulroney and welcome them into the ballroom of the Sir John A. Macdonald building. From there, we'll start the process of dignitaries going in to pay their respects as the lying in state officially begins. The first of which will be the Prime Minister and the Governor General, Mary Simon. But we are expecting a long list of dignitaries to be here today to take in this moment, from opposition party leaders and members to former Governor Generals, David Johnston, for example. We're also expecting a number of foreign ambassadors and dignitaries to take part in these proceedings. They're going to be here between 10 and 12 o'clock. Once it hits noon, there's going to be a changeover. It'll take about 30 minutes, and from there, the public is going to be allowed in to pay their tributes and their respects. Already, though, we're starting to see a large crowd. There's plenty of security here. RCMP officers, parliamentary police are all over the Parliament Hill precinct at this point. Roads are blocked off. Access is incredibly limited. As far as people starting to mill and gather about, there are a small number of people here and there, but we're expecting those real crowds to start arriving later on today as we get further and further closer, I should say, closer to the time where the public will be able to pay their respects directly.
So, Colton, let me just follow up with a question of a practical nature then. For people who want to come to pay their respects, members of the public, you mentioned that roads are closed. Is it going to be difficult to access the Sir John A. Macdonald building?
No, if you come up from the southern portion of Ottawa, because Parliament Hill is backed by the Ottawa River, you can't really come from the Gatineau side. You'll have to walk, with the exception of the very, very small parliamentary precinct portions, really just Wellington Street and down one block. There are some road closures, but for the most part, if people are walking up, especially on Bank Street, so just a little west of Parliament Hill itself, one block west, they'll be able to walk up no problem. And from there, there's a large snaking fenced barrier in which people will wait to pay their tributes to get into the building itself. So it shouldn't be a large challenge to get here. There will be a lot of availability for people to see the Prime Minister. If they can't do so today, they'll have another opportunity to do so tomorrow until about 1:30 in the afternoon. At that point, though, that's when the cortege will return. It'll drive the Prime Minister to Montreal, where he'll have his lying in repose, and then, of course, the state funeral on Saturday.
Colton, thanks for that. That's important information. And I also wanted to ask you about the role of the family today. When will we see Brian Mulroney's family?
They'll be arriving around 9:30, right when his casket arrives as well. As the cortege gets here, they too will arrive. They'll be greeted by the Speaker of the House, and of course, there will be a color guard. The RCMP will bring that cortege in. They'll be really just right behind me as they enter. They're some of the few that are expected to enter through these main doors. The majority of parliamentarians and dignitaries will be entering through a separate entrance just a little further down, closer to the actual ballroom itself on my left.
Colton Prale for us. Colton, thank you for all of that, and we will be checking back with you soon. The wildfires that raged across Canada last year pushed the country's air quality into unseen territory. We're going to have the results of a new report on global air quality and how Canada ranks right after the break.
A new episode of Grey's Anatomy, Thursday at 9:10 Mountain on CTV.
If you don't have group health benefits at work, are self-employed, freelancing, or retiring soon, How can you protect yourself from continually rising healthcare costs not covered by your government health insurance? With SureHealth from Green Shield Canada.
Working freelance? I love knowing that my SureHealth plan helps to protect me and my family from a lot of routine medical expenses.
Like prescription drugs, dental care, and vision care.
And many unexpected expenses I could face being self-employed if I have an accident or get a serious illness.
Like physiotherapists, chiropractors, home care, emergency medical travel expenses, and more.
All SureHealth plans also include online digital mental health services from Inkblot.
Plus, with SureHealth, you can submit your claims online and have the payments deposited directly to your bank account.
And I really appreciate that my SureHealth plan is affordable.
While some plans require answering a few health questions, for most, your acceptance is guaranteed, with no health exam and no medical questions when you apply.
Healthcare costs are rising. Why not protect yourself and your family from many routine and unexpected healthcare costs not covered by your government health plan?
Like prescription drugs, dental care, vision care, physiotherapists, chiropractors, emergency medical travel expenses, and more. And remember, this is lifetime protection that won't be canceled regardless of your age or health, as long as payments are made. If you're self-employed, don't have health coverage at work, are recently retired, or retiring soon, get SureHealth now and protect yourself and your family from rising healthcare costs not covered by your government health plan. Don't delay. Visit surehealth.ca now or call 1-844-230-7873 for your free personalized SureHealth info package.
For the first time in history, Canada was the most polluted country in North America last year. That finding coming from the 2023 World Air Quality Report. It found that 13 of the continent's most polluted cities were in Canada, thanks in large part to those extensive wildfires that raged last year from May to October. According to the air quality technology company IQ Air, monthly average fine particulate levels in May surged almost ninefold in Alberta compared to the same period in 2022. Two cities in Alberta, Fort McMurray and Peace River, as well as Yellowknife, were the top 3 most polluted cities in North America. Officials in British Columbia are painting a grim picture of the potential wildfire season ahead, warning that the signs of an early start are everywhere. Planned burns are already underway, and more firefighters are being hired too. But as CTV's Penny Daflos reports, communication may need some work.
Recruitment efforts are in full swing as the province adds seasonal wildfire fighters to what's now a year-round service.
We are taking action earlier than ever, and preparations for this year's wildfire and drought seasons are already well underway. We are taking an all-of-government approach.
There are currently 97 wildfires in our province, 90 of them burning through the winter in areas that have seen several years of below-average rainfall and low snowpack.
We are expanding the use of wildfire predictive technologies to better pinpoint where wildfires will move and how they will grow.
They're also nearly tripling the number of planned burns by First Nations and ministry staff.
To reduce the risk on the land base is the most practical in many areas of BC to be able to apply risk reduction treatments at scale.
The practice has been controversial. In the Shuswap region, some locals believe planned burns contributed to catastrophic destruction in their community, where tensions were high as they felt abandoned by the wildfire service. What efforts have there been to try to kind of work with communities to try to ease those tensions?
Those kinds of conversations that we have with our emergency response partners, local governments, First Nations, emergency responders, and communities are happening right now, or they've occurred already.
There has been multiple direct contact with individuals in that area.
I have not been personally contacted by either emergency management or BC Wildfire Services.
Jay Simpson is the closest thing North Shuswap has to a mayor and says neither he nor the regional district have heard from either ministry.
I'm disappointed and concerned. Certainly my community is not out of the woods. These fires, we didn't get a whole bunch of moisture over the winter.
How much snow falls in the next few weeks and whether we have a rainy June and July could make all the difference in whether 2024 is another heartbreaking fire season or something more manageable. Penny Daflos, CTV News, Vancouver.
CTV News has confirmed that former Ontario Attorney General Roy McMurtry has died at the age of 91. McMurtry was a progressive Conservative member of the Ontario Legislature from 1975 to 1985. He served in the cabinet of Premier Bill Davis as Attorney General and Solicitor General. In 1981, he played a major role in brokering the deal that achieved patriation of the Canadian Constitution and the creation of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Our special coverage of former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney lying in state continues right now with CTV News Chief Political Correspondent Vashi Kapelos.
Hi there, and welcome to our special coverage of the lying in state for former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, who passed away at the end of February at the age of 84. I'm Vashi Kapelos, and I'm just across the street from Parliament Hill in downtown Ottawa, where any moment we are anticipating the cortege carrying the casket of Brian Mulroney alongside his family will arrive. They are scheduled to enter the building behind me, the Sir John A. Macdonald building. They will accompany the casket in there. They will take some private time with the casket. You can see the Speaker of the House of Commons there getting ready to greet them as they arrive. There will be a number of dignitaries here over the next few hours, including the current Prime Minister, former Prime Ministers, the Governor General, many former Governors Generals, and politicians from all different political parties, a number of diplomats as well, ambassadors from a variety of countries. We are also anticipating in just a few hours, the room will open up to the public. And there is the Prime Minister emerging from the building, getting set to greet the family as well. I want to bring in my colleague, CTV Ottawa's chief news anchor, Graham Richardson, who will be alongside me for the coverage today. Hi, Graham. It's great to have you with me for this a solemn, a somber moment, a cold but beautiful day here in Ottawa, fitting for a Prime Minister of Brian Mulroney's stature.
A Canadian day, Vashi. And you know, I think it is a solemn day. I think it's a sad day, but I think it's also a celebration of an extraordinary life. The building across the street, as you well know, the blood sport of politics. There was no one better at it, I would argue, in my lifetime. He's kind of like my first Prime Minister. I was a teenager in '84 and in '88, and hearing all the stories from all these politicians and how he kept working the phones, how he kept talking to people, how he kept involved in the country. In particular, you and I were talking about the Prime Minister talking yesterday about his involvement in renegotiating NAFTA, the ties to Republicans that he used to get a better deal for Canada, to impress upon them that you could trust Justin Trudeau. That was Brian Mulroney working for the country very late in his life, and I think he never stopped. And I think a lot of people will be thinking about that today.
Yeah, I think I was reflecting on that as well, and I think that's why his loss is being felt so acutely among, you know, politicians from all stripes, but also among Canadians, because he was so active on so many important issues right up until the very end. I remember listening to one of his final interviews on what's unfolding in the Middle East, for example. Such a relevant issue for him to be weighing in on, and he wanted to be a voice on those issues, and he certainly did. Consult and provide advice to politicians from all different parties, including the Prime Minister, as Graham referenced, who yesterday spoke of his involvement and his help through renegotiating NAFTA, his personal counsel that he offered the Prime Minister, obviously from a very different political party, but notwithstanding. Then we heard from Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Federal Conservatives, who reflected on the same, the counsel that Brian Mulroney had provided him.
And what a story, regardless if you agreed with him or not back in the 80s and back in the 90s. A lot of people didn't in the 90s in particular. But what a story that Poilievre told about the one person and the one word, his defense, his rock, Mila, and what a story the two of them are and were. And I think, you know, the bruising world of politics, I think both Mr. Trudeau and Mr. Poilievre And all leaders understand to have family support, especially now, given how vicious it can be. And I think that's another thing about Mulroney, that in this game of politics that is so personal and so taxing, that he was still at their lowest point would call. You know,
Very much so, yeah.
Ron Ambrose talking about on my worst day, he called.
Bob Ray, same
Bob
thing,
Ray.
different political party, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, and we're missing that, I think. You know, I think that's an example that provincially, federally, even though winning is everything, I miss that part of our politics personally, where like the hockey game that Jean Chrétien talked about,
right.
we can
Opponents,
play
not
hard,
enemies.
yeah, and have a beer afterwards.
On the left of your screen, the Speaker of the House of Commons, Greg Fergus. Next to him, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. A number of members of the RCMP as well. They will all be there to greet the cortege as it arrives here in downtown Ottawa at the Sir John A. Macdonald building. We are anticipating that cortege carrying the casket, as well as the family of Brian Mulroney, will arrive any moment. Brian Mulroney, of course, has 3 sons, Mark, Ben, and Nicholas, and then Caroline Mulroney, who is a minister in the Ontario government. Their mom, Mila Mulroney, will be with them as well as their partners. They are anticipated to come with the casket in through that red carpet to the interior of the building. They will take some time by themselves with the casket before welcoming dignitaries. My understanding is, I can't quite see over my shoulder, but I do believe that the cortege, the hearse, is arriving. And there you can see, with Parliament Hill in the background, behind that, the infamous Chateau Laurier, the hotel in downtown Ottawa, as they make their way through across Wellington Street, really, through downtown Ottawa to the building right across from the West Block, the Sir John A. Macdonald's. My colleague, Mike Lecouture, is also on scene. Mike, we're just watching the hearse approach the building right now. I know you'll be talking to members of the public. There should be many of them out to pay tribute to the former Prime Minister.
Yeah, the parliamentary precinct here has been set up and shut down, really. There are gates that are just to the west of West Block where the public can line up. And we know this will be open to the public at about 12:30 p.m. Nobody has lined up there just yet, but certainly they are ready for it with the security gates. And of course, there'll be a brief screening, making sure that people are bringing the least amount of items on their person when they do come. So if you are planning to come, make sure that you take care of that. In addition to the public, Vashi, we're expecting a number of dignitaries to be showing up as well. Governors General, members of Parliament, and of course, other dignitaries that will be showing up to pay respects to Brian Mulroney. He is somebody that has, as you and Graham have mentioned, cross-party, there really was no partisanship with him. It was that kind of support, and we have seen that kind of outpouring of support from all members of Parliament. And you think of those speeches yesterday, and that impassioned speech by Elizabeth May, Vashi, talking about how his leadership on the environment. He really was one of the first prime ministers who championed climate change, and that, I think, is something that you'll see from a number of people that come out to pay tribute to him.
Certainly, Mike, and right now a very solemn moment right here in front of the Sir John A. Macdonald building. You're looking at the family, the kids of Brian Mulroney, Ben, Mark, and Nicholas, their partners, as well as their mom, of course, Mila Mulroney. She and Brian Mulroney married decades ago in 1973. He spoke about her often as the most important part of his political and personal life. We're standing by to watch as the casket carrying Brian Mulroney emerges from the hearse. It will be accompanied by his family. We'll take a listen in now.
Prepare for inward turn. Turn. Prepare to dress right. Dress. 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 Prepare for outward dress. 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 Prepare for inward turn. Turn. Prepare to dress left. Dress. 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 Prepare to slow march. March. Ins. Outs. Ins. Outs. In. Prepare to halt. Halt. Prepare for inward turn. Turn. Prepare for lower. Lower. Prepare party on and top. Turn, turn. Lead prepare party. Take post. Prepare party firing. Quick, punch, up, fight, up. Very slow march. March. Air party, prepare for inward turn, turn. Prepare to dress to casket, dress, dress, dress. Prepare to hands, hands. Prepare to raise, raise. Prepare to inward hand, hand. Prepare to shoulder, shoulder. Prepare to slow march, march. Ins, outs, ins, outs, ins, outs, ins, outs, in. Inside, outside, inside, outside, in. Inside, outside, inside, outside, in. Prepare to halt. Halt. Prepare to move left. Dress. Watch your step. Dress. 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 Prepare to slow march. March. Ease. Ease. Ease.
And that was an incredibly impactful moment inside the Sir John A. Macdonald building. That is the Foreign Affairs Minister, Mélanie Joly, the start of many dignitaries who are coming to pay their respects, an emotional number of minutes there as the casket carrying the former Prime Minister arrived here in Ottawa and made its way, accompanied by RCMP pallbearers, a specific decision of the family, I am told, into the building. The family was all there, entering behind the casket as well, all four of Brian Mulroney's children, as well as, of course, his wife of many, many years, Mila Mulroney, one of the dignitaries who will be attending inside in a number of minutes to pay his respects to the former Prime Minister is former Governor General David Johnston, who is with both Graham and I here on set now. Mr. Johnston, pleasure to have you here. Thank you for making the time.
Pleasure is mine. Thank you, Vashi.
You know, I've read a number of the books you've written, and you've often written about the idea that there are no enemies in politics, that there are just opponents, and that you made great efforts to, you know, bridge party divides, even with people you didn't necessarily ideologically agree with. It sounds to me like Brian Mulroney did a lot of the same thing. Is that your impression?
You know, it's so interesting you make that observation, Vashi, because history will be very kind to the Prime Minister. And I'd make three observations, beginning with the first one you've just made. He was a man, we need his values today very much. Beginning with the courtesy, the civility, the kindness. So many instances where he reached out to people who were sorrow or grief or difficulty, a very genuine way, as was the case with his wife Mila, and crossing party lines. And that civility is a wonderfully important quality today. The second thing I would say is He reinforced the importance of a relationship with our nearest neighbor, the United States, in a unique way. We have the unique situation of the longest border in the world peacefully maintained, with a relationship with our neighbors that is really pretty unique in the world. And I think he encouraged all Canadians to steward that relationship, as he did himself, in terms of not simply political engagement, but people-to-people engagement with our American friends. And that's the third observation. His presence on the international scene was one where he established trust with leaders around the world. And in doing so, exemplified the soft power of Canada, the fundamental values of empathy, of trust, of fairness, of caring, being a good neighbor and a good friend. Illustrated in so many ways, his work within the Commonwealth, our apartheid in South Africa. The one that I remember particularly, because of my own connection, I got a call from his office one time in 1989, and it was, would I chair the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy. We just had the Rio de Janeiro conference and the Brundtland United Nations Commission on Sustainable Development. And he wanted sustainable development to be part of Canada. And that is environmental stewardship and economic advancement. And he asked me to do that. I said I should discuss it with the Chancellor and the board chair at McGill before I take this on, where I principally said, his office said, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon and there's a press release going out at 5 this afternoon. I accepted, and he hadn't cleared it with the cabinet, nor with the Minister of Environment, Lucien Bouchard. But we developed a great relationship, and that roundtable lasted for over 2 decades with various governments, and it was his statement on sustainable development.
On the American front, there was some risk domestically for him in getting closer to the Americans at the time. We had years of this kind of, I wouldn't say anti-Americanism, but there was that distance that he felt strongly did not serve us well. Do you think he's right on that?
Well, he did take risks, not only on that front, but on other fronts, and I think they were calculated, but for the most part served us very well, especially that one. That it's so essential that we look with appreciation on our American neighbors, a very different culture, and not have a chip on our shoulder, but have arms outstretched. And that has served us well over 150 or 200 years, and I think it will serve us well if we manage as in his image in the future. So for me, it is that empathy, trust, fairness, those values we see exemplified. We miss him, and we miss those values today.
Just very quickly, the current Governor General just walked in. There's the Defense Minister as well as Indigenous Services Minister, all ministers going in. Before I let you go, Mr. Johnson, how will you personally remember him?
I think for those particular values and a great sense of humor. You seldom had a conversation with him without feeling lighter about the world and better about yourself.
That's a perfect way to put it. Thank you so much for taking some time to share your memories, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate it. Former Governor General David Johnston. My colleague, Michael Couture, is standing by with someone who knows a lot about pursuing that relationship that the former Governor General mentioned with the United States. He is currently heading Team Canada Round 2, the Industry Minister, François-Philippe Champagne. I'll hand it over to you, Mike.
Thanks, Vashi. Yeah, Mr. Champagne. I wanted to start off, before we talk about the Team Canada approach that he talked to you about, talk to me about that last conversation you had with him just about a year ago.
Yeah, it was a conversation I'll always remember. I met one of his youngest son, if I recall. I was in the lounge, flying somewhere. And he stopped me, he said, Minister, I think my dad would like to talk to you. And you know me by then, I just I said, well, let's call him. And here comes on the other side, the then Prime Minister Mulroney, and very generous of his time and his advice. I think our call, I almost missed my flight. I think we went on for 25 minutes. Generous of his time, generous of his vision and ideas. I think the thing that people remember most, I would think, is the man and the connection with people. He was way beyond partisanship. It was the national interest. He was concerned, and he valued the personal relationship. I felt close to him in a way. It was really a moment that I will never forget, where you have a statesman taking time to share with a young minister at the time. Not so young, maybe, but somehow someone who had served, and he understood what service meant. and he served with distinction our nation.
And as you had mentioned, he understood that relationship between Canada and the United States and how important it was. Did he give you any advice on that?
Well, better than anyone, you have to credit him for, he saw that the integration, the economic integration between Canada and the United States was a pillar of prosperity. You know, having a stable, predictable access to the U.S. market was key for Canada. And as you know, at the time, this was not universally believed by everyone. He was a visionary. He was visionary in diplomacy. He was visionary in positioning Canada for success for generations to come. And I would say was probably one of the prime minister was close to a president of the United States, as you can imagine. I will always recall, I think the last weekend of President Bush Sr. presidency, he stayed at Camp David the very last weekend. I mean, what more can you expect from a Canadian Prime Minister and a President of the United States who's about to finish his term than spending his last weekend with the Canadian Prime Minister? It's just a testament to the man he was, building relationship. He believed in the power of relationship. He believed in the power of meeting people and listening, and that's how he will always be remembered as a great, great Canadian.
I was going to ask you that. How should he be remembered by Canadians in general, what he did for this country and his mark on this country?
Listen, someone who was close to the people. I remember, I mean, I've always seen him extending his hands to about anyone that you could see. You know, someone who was close to the people, someone who was willing to listen, and someone who was bold. Not everything that he tried succeeded, but everyone respected him for trying, for having big ideas, for having ambition for the country. I think for me, what I will always remember is the ambition. He embodied that ambition for a nation. He was proud of being Canadian. He come from a humble place in Bécomo in Quebec, raised to the highest office, went to law school in Quebec, and made it as one of the great statesmen of his time. I think all Canadians today need to put a moment in their day to pay tribute to a man who has given a lot to this country and this nation.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Champagne, our Minister of Innovation. Vashi, Graham, send it back to you.
Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate it. If you're just joining us now, you're looking inside, or we are about to look inside the Sir John A. Macdonald building. That is where the casket carrying former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney just made its way inside, surrounded by the RCMP, as well as a number of members of Brian Mulroney's family, all his children and his wife. They had a private moment with the former Prime Minister, and now they will welcome a series of dignitaries, both former and current politicians, including the gentleman next to me, former Prime Minister Joe Clark. Mr. Clark, a pleasure to see you as always. I appreciate you making the time. How are you remembering Mr. Mulroney today?
Oh, well, we had a various career.
You did, yeah.
What I remember most is that he won 2 big majority governments, and he made the most of the opportunity. He really was a change maker in the country. And he applied his quite extraordinary personal skills, and I have to say his energy. He was one of the hardest working people I knew. He delighted people, so he took care to consult with them, to be involved with them. But he also had his eye focused quite consistently on big projects, and he accomplished a great many of them. There were scars along the way, there always are. But I think as we look back, we're going to see a great row of accomplishments.
The minister who Mike was just interviewing, Industry Minister Champagne, used the word ambition to describe. He had great ambition.
There's no question about his ambition. But
you are intimately familiar with that.
But ambition is easy. What is tougher is to make the most of opportunities when they're there, and I guess to make the most of the opportunity. It is easier running a majority government than a minority, and he did it with great skill. And he did it in a very inclusive way. I think his ministers, and indeed his public servants, would acknowledge that he consulted a lot, he counted on them. They had to perform, we had to perform, but when we did, it was a joint accomplishment. And so that question of vision, so I would add to ambition, vision. And a capacity to make visions happen.
I'm struck by today's standards at the lowest of the low for the government in those final days. And he never lost caucus. You all stuck together.
Well, we stuck together because he worked very hard at that.
Yes.
He treated every caucus member as, in a sense, an equal because we had all been elected. He made a point of befriending people who he thought were either shy or against him, and he was a very effective human as well as a very effective leader.
On that note, we're just looking now at pictures of all his children and his wife, of course, Mila, who are standing alongside his casket.
Yeah.
Reflect for a moment, if you could, Mr. Clark, on the significance of his family to him, in your view.
They were an immensely close family. And it's interesting, they were born with a sense of courtesy. I recall appearing at something in London once, years after I'd left politics, and Mark was there. And it was a large company, but Mark came to the door to meet his father's former adversary and colleague. And that was a Mulroney characteristic, that sense of respecting other people and involving them.
Okay, Mr. Clark, I'll leave it there. I know you want to make your way in. I appreciate you taking the time
Thanks,
to speak
pleasure.
with us today.
Okay, great.
Former
Bye-bye.
Prime Minister Joe Clark, and you're looking inside right now, the Sir John A. Macdonald building, right across from West Block, on Parliament Hill, where the current Governor General, Mary Simon, is greeting members of Brian Mulroney's family. That's his daughter, Caroline Mulroney, there speaking to Governor General, Her Excellency Mary Simon. Nicholas Mulroney next to her. Caroline Mulroney, of course, a minister in the Ontario government, Graham, and the family taking a few moments by themselves. And now I expect, you can already hear the hustle outside here. I expect the line of dignitaries to be a significantly long one.
I think so too, and you know, it's quite something to see all the sons in particular because they look like him.
Yeah, they really do.
Particularly as Ben, of course, familiar to CTV viewers for so many years. I think it's really important what Joe Clark had to say. Thrilled always to talk to Joe Clark, but the fact that he mentioned his former adversary and the fact
real
that,
adversary, we should say, right?
Yes,
like,
and
they went back and forth in two leaderships.
They did, and you know, like Governor General Johnston said, you know, he crossed party lines, and we're all talking about how wonderful he was after politics. He was also a bruiser. He was a fighter. He was a partisan, but he only took it so far. And I think it's important to remember that after the battles between Joe Clark and Brian Mulroney, he brought him into his government as a cabinet minister. Mr. Clark had a stellar career. Yes. When Brian Mulroney was prime minister, and not every prime minister would have the strength to do that. Brian Mulroney did. He did,
and you're right to point out he had Joe Clark, as a result, led one of the most significant files now as we look back on Brian Mulroney's legacy in the portfolio then of external affairs, but really foreign affairs. He was the lead voice, for example, in that government's opposition to apartheid. He and Brian Mulroney, he told me in an interview right after Mr. Mulroney's passing, they worked incredibly closely to formulate the position which they had no doubts they would take, even in spite of our allies like Margaret Thatcher or Ronald Reagan, who were far less sure of taking that position.
Very difficult. And we need to point out to the younger people listening, you're younger than me, that it was devastating to Brian Mulroney to lose the leadership to Joe Clark. It was a low point of his life, and speaking to his perseverance and to his just drive that Mr. Clark talked about, he picked himself up, he reorganized. In many ways, people said, and it's quite true, organizing against Mr. Clark at times when he was leader, and then it turned out in an extraordinary way.
And the Prime Minister, now following the Governor General Mary Simon and her husband Whit Fraser, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau making his way through the receiving line of Brian Mulroney's family, beginning, of course, with his wife of many decades, Mila Mulroney. He'll make his way through that procession and then pay his respects to the former Prime Minister at the head there where the casket rests. Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Federal Conservative Party, alongside his wife, has just arrived to the building as well. We do expect all current party leaders to be paying their respects. As you've seen, former prime ministers here, as well as a number of diplomats from many different countries right around the world. The U.S. ambassador, who will join us in a little while, Graham, as well. Of course, a number of guests already pointing to the significance of the relationship that Brian Mulroney developed with the United States. Not, something that he he was always popular for, but ended up having a ton of expertise that he lended to the gentleman on the screen right in front of us, the Prime Minister, as he renegotiated the deal that Brian Mulroney negotiated in the first place.
And his father, Pierre Trudeau, just doing some reading in Mr. Mulroney's book last night, the rivalry, the bitterness between Mulroney and Trudeau Sr. was extraordinary. And the fact that he forged this relationship with Justin Trudeau, he said for the good of the country, speaks volumes. You saw, of course, Justin Trudeau going down the family line and greeting the family, given the bitterness between the two fathers, Pierre Trudeau and Brian Mulroney, putting that aside at times like this and at many times. And we can see he's writing a message.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what exactly. So I'm sure we will get a shot of that.
Well, and as you know, very few people have been in this position.
Yeah.
You know, look, Justin Trudeau's numbers are way down. He's doing unpopular things. In his mind, he's doing it for the country, and he's going to take the hits. In his speech yesterday, he talked about that and how Brian Mulroney took the hits. Brian Mulroney took all the heat, and he said for the good of the country, and he defended that his entire life. And he said that's the Prime Minister's job. And many people in the country have very, very different views about Justin Trudeau, but Justin Trudeau clearly believes he's doing similar things in different ways, but similar things for the good of the country. And of course, history will decide that.
It was so interesting to hear former Prime Minister and former rival Joe Clark talk about the ambition and the vision, you know, the combination of those two things. And I think that combination did make an impression on this country. If you listen to the way in which people talk about him being consequential, right? Like, that's not how you can describe it's hard to be consequential when you're worried about being reelected, right?
And we're a small country.
Yeah.
We're a small country, and Mulroney did not accept that. And I agree. Like, in many ways, we were a middle power or a smaller power, punching above its weight with Mr. Mulroney. You could argue similar things have happened for similar prime ministers, but I think it is a fair assessment of the Mulroney record that whether it's apartheid, whether it's free trade, acid rain, whether it's some of the other major things that we became involved in as a country, I think history will look at that time as significant for Brian Mulroney and a consequential prime minister.
And just speaking of sort of the cross-partisan nature of his impact, as the family continues to greet dignitaries who are entering the building right across from West Block, right across from Parliament Hill, where Brian Mulroney's casket will lie for the next few days. I just saw the NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh, enter the building. Before him, federal Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, alongside his wife. And of course, the Prime Minister just finished paying his respects.
And David Johnston also talked about his sense of humor.
Yeah.
Again, in Mulroney's book, full of funny stories. It's 1984. The Pope is, and he's elected with the majority government. The Pope is visiting Canada. He's at Rideau Hall. Ed Broadbent is beside him. The Pope greets Mr. Mulroney and Mr. Broadbent, and Mr. Mulroney leans over to Broadbent and says, "How do you like my new advance mat?" You know, like there are countless stories like that where he just, you know, had that great sense of timing and sense of humor.
And there's the man sitting next to us just a few moments ago, former Governor General David Johnston. Just before him, former Governor Michaël Jean. Many other dignitaries, politicians, governors general, both current and former, are expected to come here over the next few hours. That is basically the schedule for today until noon Eastern. There's former Prime Minister Joe Clark alongside his wife, Maureen McTeer, making their way in. For the next few hours, we will see dignitaries, current politicians, former politicians, make their way into the Sir John A. Macdonald building to pay their respects. And then just a little bit beyond that, at 12:30 Eastern, the doors will open to the public for them to pay their respect. And that will continue throughout tomorrow. The cortege, the hearse then, and the family will make their way to Montreal, where for a few days the body will lie in repose. The former Prime Minister will lie in repose, and people in Montreal, where he also has very deep roots throughout Quebec, actually, will be able to pay their respects prior to the state funeral, which will take place Saturday morning. My colleague, Mike Lecouture, will be here throughout the morning and throughout the afternoon. We are expecting, a number of people, Mike, from the public to come pay their respect. Mike, I think, is busy trying to wrangle some more dignitaries to talk, so I'll bring it back here for a moment while we try and make a connection with him.
This is really nice, Vashi. Like it's public, but it's private. I think this is really appropriate. And the other thing, I gather the family asked for the RCMP to be involved.
They did, yes.
And
they had their hand in a lot of these decisions. They really had a specific idea of the degree to which they wanted to share this with the public, and they wanted that to be a very great degree. They really wanted to share this experience with the public. And
I think it's a great thing. We all feel. I mentioned the other day, you feel a little older, right? When Brian Mulroney passes away, it's a shift personally for so many people, because our prime ministers are touchstones for our lives. Yeah. You think about where you were when he was in office, how old you were, whether you were in high school or university or elementary school or older and right involved in it. There's the Speaker Fergus speaking to them. And interesting as well, a former Governor General talking about partisanship, talking about which, of course, he was caught up in recently in a way that he hadn't been in the past, and the fact that there are times for partisanship, and then we miss that reaching across the aisle, I think is what he was saying. The fact that the winner-take-all notion of politics, I think he was saying can get in the way of human decency, and so many of obviously the politicians are people as well, and Mr. Mulroney celebrated that on all sides. Yeah, the significance of decency, and you can see how many politicians have and continue to acknowledge his decency, to a certain degree, certainly while he was in office, but primarily really after he left, and the degree to which he exercised that decency in lending his advice and his experience to people who were in positions to advance things for our country and to kind of, be representative of our country on the world stage or even in domestic affairs. I think we've got Mike back now. And Mike, we do expect a number of people from the public to come pay tribute to exactly what Graham and I were just describing.
Yeah, exactly. And we haven't seen anybody lining up just yet, Mashi. They do have the barriers set and ready to go, understanding that will open to the public at about 12:30. So on this chilly day here in the capital, we don't expect anybody to be lining up just yet. But picking up on some of the themes that you were speaking about, Mr. Mulroney touched so many people, and that personal touch that you've heard, so many people saying how they've either received the call from him or felt that connection to him, but that relationship that he built also with the United States. I was just speaking as he went in with the U.S. Ambassador to Canada, David Cohen, and he talked about how he really was the first Prime Minister to sort of set that legacy and start that legacy of being so close and having that relationship with the United States, making sure that Canada was that tight ally. And so that is something that I think a lot of people will remember, and they will see him as. And I think that is something that Canadians will remember as they come here to pay respects to him.
You're looking now inside the Sir John A. Macdonald building as the Speaker of the House of Commons, Greg Fergus, makes his way through a procession. The family, essentially, who have lined up alongside each other just ahead of the casket there, draped, of course, in the Canadian flag. The pallbearers, members of the RCMP, a specific ask from Brian Mulroney's family. I was talking to you earlier, Graham, about our conversations in the interim, the degree to which they were comforted by the outpouring of sort of respect and love for their dad. And he was a dad, among many other things. A very present dad is what they all have conveyed to us. I mean, they're stoic today, but they have been really impacted by his passing.
I'm sure, and regardless of, like, we feel like we know them. I mean, we know them because we interview them occasionally and that sort of thing. But the fact that the country, the prime ministership places things on you, and that it places you in a frame, and it brings along the family as well, and clearly they felt a part of that.
Family and dignitaries, including former Governor General Michaël Jean, who's speaking to reporters right now. We're going to take a listen in live for a moment.
What I really appreciated with the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney is how he cared. He cared for people. And he did that also. He cared for me in difficult times. I remember when there was some adversity about my appointment as 27th Governor General of Canada, how he would call me, and his words were always the right ones. And the way also he took up, the fight against apartheid, that cause meant a lot to him. And when we were together at the funeral of Nelson Mandela, because he pleaded a lot for his release from jail, he told me how epic it had been, how he quarreled with Margaret Thatcher, how he did also with Ronald Reagan, saying, to them that they were not doing enough. And the day Nelson Mandela was released on February 11th, 1990, it was a great day for Brian Mulroney, because it was the day he had hoped and pleaded for with the greatest conviction. And I think we should remember him also. That was the kind of statesman Brian Mulroney was. He would persist when others would just give up. Thank you.
How did you feel when you were inside?
It's very impressive inside.
That is former Governor General Michaël Jean speaking just outside the building here, inside where Brian Mulroney, former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney's casket, alongside his family. She has just emerged from that building after paying tribute. Some really interesting comments from her, primarily around how he was a statesman. So many people describing him in that way, but also, just like so many others, a personal story of when in her darkest political moments he would pick up the phone and say, you're on the right track, it's going to be okay. Another person who he did that for. I think, Vashi, it's also really important what Michaël Jean said. We forget, when we talk about taking risks, he didn't have to do that. He didn't have to push so hard. Maybe Nelson Mandela would have been released. He would have been released anyway, likely. The fact that the Canadian Prime Minister was calling up Ronald Reagan and saying, we must do more, you've got to do this now, is very, very significant. And it's great that she mentioned that as a very significant part of his history that all Canadians can be proud of, because that was obviously such an important, and it was the correct thing to do. It was the right thing to do. And it wasn't what our allies at the time were doing. Some of his closest political allies internationally, like Margaret Thatcher in the UK, like Ronald Reagan in the United States. But as Joe Clark mentioned, he was steadfast in his belief. And he actually told me that it was Diefenbaker who informed that for both of them. They had the same concrete belief around apartheid. And it was something that Nelson Mandela himself recognized. Canada was one of the first countries he publicly thanked after he was released from prison in 1990. And the, at his funeral, the degree to which Brian Mulroney was impacted by that and was spoken to and with that, this is a very significant thing that Canada voiced their view on. It's a world event. It's a significant world event, the end of apartheid, and Brian Mulroney placed Canada in an area where we were on the forefront of that, pushing that, and he did that, and just a very, very significant piece of his legacy. You can see the lineup that has formed inside. The first number of people who made their way inside included, the Governor General, the Prime Minister, former Governors General. We're going to have a number. We saw one former Prime Minister. There will be other former prime ministers who make their way in as well. We are expecting, for example, former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, once a bitter political opponent, Graham, of Brian Mulroney's, but as he clearly stated upon his passing, you know, a political opponent does not mean an enemy. And even all these years later, despite all the acrimony between them, he was one of the first people to make sure they publicly spoke about the life and legacy of Brian Mulroney.
That was quite a moment in the foyer to see that.
It was.
One of the speeches I covered Brian Mulroney years ago, it was at the coming together of the Conservative Party, Peter MacKay in Toronto. And Mulroney called, Chrétien was in office at the time, and he pulled out the menu from the prime ministerial plane and called him the Sultan of Shawinigan. And he listed everything that was on the menu because, of course, the Liberals had made great hay about Mr. Mulroney and his expensive tastes. He was a wealthy man. Mm-hmm. And so a bit of a back and forth on that front. And, of course, the partisans loved it. It was great political theater and one of those sort of moments that stood out for me.
We were just listening a few moments ago, speaking of moments that stood out to us, to former Governor General Michaëlle Jean, who had just emerged from paying her respects to former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. And speaking to reporters, we're lucky enough to have Her Excellency sitting next to us right now. Hello, it's wonderful to see you.
Thank you.
I wish it were under different circumstances, but I appreciate you making the time to speak with us. We were struck by the way in which you were describing your memories of Mr. Mulroney, and in particular your description of him as a statesman and the degree to which he actually spoke to you during some of your tougher times.
Yes.
How did he impact you, do you think?
Just for him to make a call in difficult times that he knew were trying. And he understood exactly the solitude that I could experience. So to him, it meant a lot to say, you're not alone. You're not alone. That's the way I think Brian Mulroney practiced diplomacy, having other people's fate, at heart. He did that with so much conviction and courage. When you think about the way he stood up to the cause, against apartheid in South Africa, the way he stood up, for the release and pleaded for the release of Nelson Mandela. And I was privileged enough, to travel with him to the funeral of Nelson Mandela when he was, that's when he told me how epic it had been.
What did he mean by epic?
Well, how he had to crawl, with Margaret Thatcher, for example. How he had to crawl with Ronald Reagan, the President of the United States, because he thought that they were not doing enough. That's what he said, they were not doing enough, and I had to tell them that it was important because apartheid was a crime against humanity. And he was a storyteller. It was wonderful to listen to him because he would go into details. I believe that when Nelson Mandela was finally freed on February 11th, 1990, for Brian Mulroney, it was a great day because he had really worked hard for this. This is what he had fought for and also pleaded for, for so long. And that's the kind of statesman he was. And yeah.
We often see these politicians through partisan lenses. And I think young people watching today would say, a conservative fighting apartheid. And lots of conservatives fight against racism. But it's maybe not the frame that people put around these leaders based on their party affiliation. And I think that might speak to the flexibility of this
Absolutely.
man, and I say that in a positive way, not necessarily a negative way. And I'm wondering if you had any thoughts on that, given the politics today.
I think what we even heard, yesterday from Elizabeth May speaks of that, how she really paid tribute to his understanding of climate change and the devastating impact that it has and the necessity, to responsibly, take actions. I think that Mr. Mulroney was a man like that. He was a statesman. He had you know, he belonged to a political party, but he would be many times above that. I think that's where you would find him where people would not expect him to be, you know, on positions and convictions that people would not, you know, consider those of a conservative, you know, progressive conservative party. But he showed that there is something bigger than yourselves, which are, you know, convictions, the respect of Canadian values, and making sure that he would actually, you know, speak out from these values and principles that we share in Canada on the international stage also. And he did that. He did that so well. So yes, he was very, very moved when we went to the funeral of Nelson Mandela. He respected the man. He pleaded in his favor. And when Mandela was finally released, for him, it was certainly, you know, a day of victory, because he had fought very, very hard.
What do you think his advocacy on that issue in particular says about the ability of Canada to have an impact in the world? Because I think right now we're talking about, there's so many conversations about, are we diminished in our capacity to do so? Are we, do we have a voice even though we are a smaller country? What does that experience and his advocacy around apartheid say to you about that?
I think Prime Minister Mulroney was a strong voice, speaking, you know, from the Canadian perspective, but knowing that the power of influence of Canada is real, and he made it real. He made it real. For him, you know, to define, you know, the President of the United States and you know, the Prime Minister of UK, and to say, you are wrong, you should do more, you're not doing enough. You know, and specifically in the case of you know, the fight against apartheid, I think we could be proud. We could be proud to see a Prime Minister standing in this manner and knowing that it is important. You know, knowing that Canada's voice could make a difference, and it did. It definitely did. Yeah, and I respect him so much for that. So when I stood, you know, there.
What was it like to be in there?
Yes, instead of, yeah, I mean, in front of his coffin, I can hear his voice, and it was important for me to speak to him and to say, you know, you were there for me too in difficult times, and I always appreciated that. He was always taking the call or making the call. So. Never patronizing, never, but understanding, because I think that he went through also his own, you know, challenges and solitude, so he could understand that of others, and that every word would matter.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you making the time to share some words and your reflections with us today.
Thank you.
Particularly meaningful. Thank you, Michelle. Pleasure to see you.
Thank you.
Former Governor General Michaëlle Jean sharing her perspective, her memories of former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney as he lies in state inside the building just behind us. I'm here with Graham Richardson outside of the Sir John A. Macdonald building, which, just to situate ourselves, is right on Wellington, the main street that runs in front of Parliament Hill, where for almost a decade, former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney occupied the big offices in there. There are a series of dignitaries that have arrived and made their way already through the building, including Governor General Mary Simon, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, all the leaders of the political parties. I've seen the leader of the Bloc Québécois, Yves-François Blanchet, the leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh, and the leader of the Federal Conservatives, Pierre Poilievre, all make their way inside. The lineup is certainly a long one in there, Graham.
It is, and we've got snow coming down, very Canadian day.
Certainly.
Quite fresh up here, but you know, listen to Michaëlle Jean, the emotion
so
and how it really mattered to her, not just the big things, obviously Nelson Mandela and fighting apartheid, but just calling and never patronizing. And I don't know if it's, he supported women through his entire career, and the prominent women in Canadian political life who I didn't know he was calling to encourage for many, many years. And clearly she is one of them, obviously not in political life as the Governor General. But a very, very significant part of his life was just, I've been there, and you're on the right track. And can you imagine what that would have meant for them when they're getting attacked and they're facing the fire and Brian Mulroney calls? I mean, that would make a huge difference.
Well, it sounded very much so from her comments, which you're right. We're so emotional and genuine that he often knew what it was like to be, she used the word solitude, right? To sort of feel alone in whatever you're trying to do, and especially when you're in the middle of some kind of controversy. And she at first referenced, she had endured some controversy when she was first appointed to the position of Governor General, and that's when he first picked up the phone. And it reminds me of so many people who have shared their stories about a particularly difficult time when they lost an election, even if they're in a different political party, they lost an election, for example, or something devastating in a political sense happened to them, and there he was on the phone offering his kind of solace.
Yeah, and also, and we talked to Joe Clark a little bit about this, is the personal connection with his caucus and all those politicians. And he said we were all equals. We were all elected members, and I'm still just amazed that there was no internal strife. If there was, it was obviously kept inside and never spilled outside. And that again was Brian Mulroney's personal touch, and the fact that he always valued his caucus and valued people around him.
You're looking inside now where Brian Mulroney is lying in state. We're right in downtown Ottawa. There are a number of dignitaries, and by that I mean current and former politicians, appointees like current and former governor generals, as well as a series of diplomats. I think I've already seen at least a dozen ambassadors from different countries who have made their way inside this building. This is where Brian Mulroney will lie in state for the next 2 days. The entire thing becomes open to the public. So members of the public who do want to come down and pay their respects in person are invited to do so starting this afternoon throughout the day until tomorrow. After that, the family alongside the casket will make their way to Montreal, where a similar sort of process will unfold. Members of the public will have the opportunity there to pay their respects. As you can see, the portrait of the former Prime Minister hanging just ahead of the casket. And then a state funeral will take place on Saturday with a number of people who were close to him scheduled to deliver eulogies reflective of all sorts of different parts of his life, political in Jean Charest, business in Mr. Pelledo, personal in Wayne Gretzky, and then of course the family man in his daughter Caroline Mulroney, who will deliver the eulogy on behalf of his family. The family all lined up there kind of as a procession for all the dignitaries to pay their respects to speak with before they reach the coffin. And we certainly have seen people from politicians from all walks of life, it feels like you're going through this, the years of our lives here as we watch everybody make their way inside. He was a seminal political figure in this country.
He was, and Vashi, it's a great privilege to be here because, you're reminded of the connections between all these politicians and their connection to Canadians. I want to point out as well, we talk about two majority governments, and in 1988 it was very touch and go. I didn't realize this until last night when I was reading about it. That government in 88 before the election was in the high 20% range, like 27%, and they finished 88 after the free trade debate at 43%, like an extraordinary turnaround. And that extraordinary debate on the actual televised debate on free trade, all three of those leaders are now gone. Ed Broadbent, John Turner,
very
and
recently
Brian Mulroney.
In the case of Mr. Broadbent, yeah.
And I worried about the fact that Mr. Mulroney was not at Mr. Broadbent's funeral, and I thought, something might be up, and unfortunately that was the case. But you think about it politically, because this is all politics as well. Mulroney wrote that he knew that Turner was quite low, very, very low in his party, low in the public standing. And he wanted that free trade debate during that election in 1988 to be early in the campaign because he knew that Turner would do better and that Turner would come up and that the media would say, oh, there's a comeback happening. That's exactly what happened. And he gave himself time in that campaign to recover. And he and Mila went across the country in the final 10 days, barnstorming the country, and pulled out another extraordinary win. And it's just those kinds of stories, those epic stories about consequential fights and about big issues. That was Brian Mulroney, and I encourage anybody to look at that book because I'm a bit of a geek on that front, but it tells the story of the country in a very, very important way.
And that election in 1988 was about a big issue. It was about free trade with the United States, which is something that Brian Mulroney pursued very early on his first mandate, which was a historic, the biggest majority in Canadian history, and he did so kind of against popular opinion, which is why it formed the nexus of the sort of political debate for the 1988 election. One of the people who are in attendance today, one of the dignitaries in attendance to pay their respects, is the ambassador from the United States to Canada, David Cohen. He spoke to reporters very briefly before going in to pay his respects. Let's take a listen to what he said.
What will be your enduring memory of Mr. Mulroney?
Well, I think Prime Minister Mulroney was the first and maybe the most passionate advocate for the importance of the relationship between Canada and the United States. And I think his enduring legacy, one of his enduring legacies, will be the creation of that relationship, the solidification of how important it was to both Canada and the United States.
And what do you think that Canadians how should they remember him today and sort of honor that going forward with that relationship with the United States?
Well, I think the power of the legacy is that it has become almost a mantra that people in Canada believe in the importance of that relationship, and people in the United States believe in it as well. So I think the best way to honor it is to continue to preserve and to grow this incredible friendship, partnership, and allyship that is really the envy of the world.
Thank you very much.
U.S. Ambassador David Cohen speaking to reporters before he made his way in to pay his respects, speaking about the ease with which or the natural, quote-unquote, nature of the relationship between the U.S. and Canada that is a direct result, really, of what Brian Mulroney pursued. And he was criticized at the time for his sort of French, the degree to which he wanted to pursue that relationship. But boy, oh boy, is it as a normal course of nature as it gets at this point.
It is, and for context, of course, Pierre Trudeau took a different tact, and Mulroney wanted to move away from criticizing the Americans. And when we talk about risk, domestically, that can be a bit risky because people know what I'm talking about when I talk about that streak of sort of we're kind of the little brother or the little sister in North America, and we're not Americans, even though some people think we are very like Americans. And Mulroney's call was to kind of put that aside and make the most important relationship the relationship with the United States, which is what the ambassador was talking about there.
And Mike LeCouture, who is standing by just alongside us here and will be speaking to the members of the public and other dignitaries who make their way in. Mike, you spoke to Minister Champagne, who's leading efforts to kind of find Canada's way through this election as it unfolds in the U.S. And he spoke about how Brian Mulroney has impacted the relationship with that country, too.
Yeah, he did, Vashti. And sorry, we're just watching a situation here where there are paramedics that are seemingly going to be going inside the Sir John A. Macdonald building. Unclear what the situation is at this point. We'll keep an eye on that. But to your point of what you're saying about François-Philippe Champagne and how saying that he did set the table, and it really is a lesson now for politicians going forward to continue that relationship with the United States, especially as we go into this election in November. Very consequential election on sure exactly what will happen. I think everybody's been watching that very closely, but François-Philippe Champagne, who is part of that Team Canada, that will be making sure that Canada continues to advocate, to go down to Washington, to continue that relationship that really has been laid out by Brian Mulroney, that was started by Mr. Mulroney, and making sure that those relationships remain strong. That is something that Champagne had talked about, says that he will continue to do, and really what all of the politicians that have been going through and going in today, talking about how he really was that first prime minister to make sure that they were that close to the United States. Champagne was saying that he doesn't think he can remember another prime minister who was as close to a U.S. president as Brian Mulroney, and something that really set the table for that relationship and really continuing it on as we go along here in the history of the two countries, but also especially, as I was mentioning, with that election coming up south of the border, Vashi.
Certainly. Two things come to mind when I'm thinking about that, Graham. First of all, former Secretary of State James Baker will be one of the people who deliver eulogy at Brian Mulroney's state funeral this Saturday. But Brian Mulroney also, holds a very unique spot in having delivered two eulogies at two funerals for former U.S. presidents, Ronald Reagan and George Bush, of course. Very impactful. They were quoted many times thereafter. And the other story that comes to mind is one that Fen Hampson relayed to our colleague Anne-Marie Medawaki recently, in that he wrote during the renegotiations of NAFTA this one-page letter to Jared Kushner, of all people. Basically, here's why you don't want to get rid of free trade. Here's what Canada does for you.
And it is that connection to that Republican side that Justin Trudeau spoke about yesterday. The fact that he would do that sort of a thing. I know that Gerald Butts has talked about that, former principal secretary to Justin Trudeau, how pivotal Mr. Mulroney was to. And look, those were dark days. That didn't look good, right? I mean, it was Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Protectionism beyond what anybody had ever expected was on the rise, and you didn't know what was going to happen, and they were able to get that deal done, and in no small part because of Mr. Mulroney's intervention. I'm sure it certainly helped. And I'm sure James Baker is going to talk a lot about that and about, again, that American, the importance of the connection with the United States.
Yeah, you might, just for reference, as we watch inside the Sir John A. Macdonald building and you see a number of politicians as well as ambassadors line up to pay their respects to Brian Mulroney's family and pay tribute to him at the front of his casket. Outside of the building, if you do hear some sirens, there's a few ambulances that have amassed outside here. We don't have any reason, or any explanation rather, at this point of why exactly they're here or what the medical issue that they're addressing is, but certainly if that is conveyed to us, we will make sure to convey it to you. The lineup now stretching really right through the building. There are many people who have just made their way inside. Some of the dignitaries we've seen so far include the Prime Minister, of course, Justin Trudeau, leaders of all federal political parties, including Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Federal Conservatives, Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the NDP, and Yves-François Blanchet from the Bloc Québécois. Graham, we haven't talked a lot yet about his mixed, I don't know if you call it a mixed legacy, but certainly what happened with the Constitution and how big of a part of Brian Mulroney's time in office that was, his two big attempts really to address the Constitution and the degree, the ways in which it didn't end up happening and how much that impacted him and his own, I guess, views on his time as Prime Minister. It was a tough one, yeah.
He said Meech was the worst part of his prime ministership, yes. Being Prime Minister, and it was like a death in the family. And he honestly believed that. And actually, there's two schools of thought on this: the Trudeau Senior and the Mulroney view of this. And Mulroney believed that the repatriation of the Constitution without Quebec set the clock ultimately for the 1995 referendum. That he had to do this. He had to attempt to get Quebec to join the Constitution, and he took the risk to do it with Meech and again with Charlottetown. Failed both times, but there was no option for him, and it is a huge part of his legacy. And not ironically, but he writes bitterly about the fact that in the 95 referendum campaign, Chrétien's prime minister, the country is on the edge. Trudeau calls Chrétien at 24 Sussex, and Chrétien says, I'm going to the Canada rally and I'm going to offer distinct society, which in fact is Meech.
Right.
And Mulroney was livid. He had to do it to try to save the country, which eventually barely worked out. But
it did.
Yeah, Mulroney's point in his memoirs is that, you know, Mr. Trudeau Sr. fought so hard against Meech, essentially sewered the deal with his powerful voice, and then here we are on the brink, and they go and they offer distinct society. And so that's one of the bitter legacies.
He took it very personally when it was going on as well, I think. Yeah, it's fair to say.
And you know, I was a young reporter in Calgary. I'll never forget that night. I wasn't in the mix in the middle of it like so many other people were. It's not something you ever forget, and I can only imagine for the key players, Mr. Chrétien, Mr. Mulroney, Mr. Trudeau, what it must have been like in the midst of that as the country hung in the balance.
And it had real implications for his own party and his own caucus as well, and I found it so fascinating. You know, one of the biggest surprises that emerged upon Brian Mulroney's passing, Graham, was finding out that he and Lucien Bouchard had reconnected in the last months of his life and had spoken the Friday before he even passed away. What an unreal Canadian political story.
And I stopped in my tracks when I heard that. I believe he told Lloyd Robertson at the release of his memoirs that Lucien Bouchard will not come to my funeral.
Yes, he did. Yes, right. Exactly right. And he will be there.
And the bitterness between those two men, and the fact that they were able to patch it up even in the final days, I think is extraordinary. It speaks to both of them. It speaks to how far the country has come, and it also speaks to how bitter that time was. I mean, he brought Bouchard into government. He brought him in as French ambassador. He courted that nationalist voice in Quebec, those politicians who were federalists but nationalists. And the Trudeau wing, the Trudeau Sr. would say that was a dangerous game he played, and you know, Mr. Trudeau called them weak for signing Meech and for doing that deal. And the fact that those two split up, and of course the rise of the Bloc, the rise of the reform in the West, speaks to how much was at stake. And the fact that they were able to put it back together in the final days is extraordinary.
I'm just going to swing over to our colleague Michael Couture, because I think we do have an update now on what is unfolding just outside this building here. Everything remains calm inside, of course, but there are some ambulances here, and Mike, I think you have an update for us.
Yeah, we're hearing that paramedics are inside because there was an elderly gentleman that had some sort of medical episode inside. Doesn't sound like it was somebody who was on the list of dignitaries, but what we do understand is being tended to right now. It sounds like he's stable, Vashi, but at this point, it sounds like it may have been some sort of medical episode. But again, paramedics inside, 2 ambulances just outside, and that is what we're hearing for right now.
And Mike, you're going to be here, I know, as the public starts to arrive. And just for everyone watching right now, for the next about hour and 15 minutes, the family will continue to greet dignitaries. I imagine if it takes longer, they'll take longer as well, because the lineup is certainly long. And you can see that happening right now. There's Mila Mulroney at the top of the line there, greeting a number of people who are arriving. Following that, there'll be a bit of a break, Mike, and then members of the public are invited to pay their respects to the former Prime Minister this afternoon into tomorrow.
Yeah, and the city of Ottawa is certainly ready for that. I'll just sort of show you as my colleague here, Scott, and I will sort of just pan around quickly. So this is Wellington Street, and you can sort of see down Wellington Street. What they've set up down here is a number of sort of gates, and it sort of zigzags and snakes around for anybody who will eventually be lining up there. I think, what we can see here is they are ready for a great number of people to come and pay their respects. Brian Mulroney, someone who touched a number of Canadians in his nearly decade as Prime Minister of this country. So certainly they're ready for that, and they're ready for those lines here on Wellington Street. The street completely closed until 1 o'clock tomorrow for when the viewing here, where he will be laying in state at the Sir John A. Macdonald building. And then, as you've been mentioning throughout the morning, that will move on. He will lay in repose in Montreal. But certainly they do expect a lot of people to come through. And we understand that as well, that if it does need to be extended, that time does need to be extended, that the family will likely accommodate that because of how many people will likely want to pay the respects, Vashi.
We'll check back in with you in a few moments, Mike. I'm here with CTV Ottawa's chief news anchor, Graham Richardson, covering the lying-in state, our special coverage of the lying-in state for former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. His family inside greeting members of, right now, dignitaries, current and former politicians, governor generals, ambassadors alike. They will, as Mike said, then later stay to greet members of the public as they come to pay tribute. Graham, it's hard to overstate the significance of Brian Mulroney's family to him. And you can see inside there, he's got 4 children. Nicholas is his youngest, Mark is his oldest, Ben in the middle, and then Caroline Mulroney as well, who is a minister in the Ontario government. She will deliver the eulogy on behalf of the family on Sunday. And then his wife of many, many decades, Mila Mulroney, who I thought the leader of the Conservatives yesterday in the House of Commons had a great story about how important she was to him when he said, he conveyed to Pierre Poilievre in his darkest moments and the worst times in his political career, what's going to get you through? Mila. That your wife is what's going to get you through. And I have to say, having had the honor of speaking to some of them over the past number of weeks, they are truly, truly touched by the degree to which the public has responded and spoken about their father.
And, politics is the hardest thing you'll ever do. It's the hardest thing you'll ever do. I don't care if you're the CEO of the iron ore company or if you are the leader of a party and putting yourself out to be prime minister, it's the hardest thing you'll ever do, and only a few people can do it. And in order to do it, they need people like Mila Mulroney behind them. Their partnership, and she was very involved. She was on the campaign trail with him, and people loved her. And they do. Partisans, political people who wanted to see them together. It was a very, very big part of their success as a political couple. And she is not a side player in any way. And I think that's what he meant when he was talking to Pierre Poilievre, talking about the fact that you need someone to lean on like that. And the secret for him, not so secret, was Mila getting him through any very, very difficult time.
His kids also, I thought what was very interesting, I had this text that I got on my radio show from one of their baseball coaches who sent in a text to say, while he was prime minister, not only did he attend a number of the games, but he also did the you have to volunteer as a parent. Oh, yeah. as a parent, I'm sure you know very well. I'll know in a few years, I guess. But you have to volunteer to, when they're having a big cookout to do and he would be one of the people doing that. And I was struck by the degree to which, I don't know, it's hard for all of us, but how do you remain so present in your kids' lives even when you're prime minister?
And that clearly, he clearly loved doing that. And, I know this job pulled him away from so much of that. I'm sure that part of his life, even the small times he was able to do that, meant a great deal to him. Yeah, you can't imagine running running the country and also doing the cookout for the baseball team or whatever it was.
Apparently he was able to do it, and you can see that reflected there in his family, who you can see head on at this moment. They are standing alongside the former Prime Minister's casket, greeting dignitaries as they make their way through the Sir John A. Macdonald building. One of those dignitaries, the South African High Commissioner, is next to me right now, Raiz Sheikh. Hello, High Commissioner. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much.
In this very warm weather.
Yes, yes. It's a true Canadian Day honoring a true Canadian patriot.
Exactly.
Mr. High Commissioner, I wanted to ask you, so many people we've interviewed so far, including former Governor General Michael Jean, for example, have highlighted the steadfastness with which Mr. Mulroney advocated for the world to come together against apartheid. And I'm wondering to what degree you feel he had an impact there.
A massive impact. In fact, as I thought about today, I characterize this as what I would hence forever call Mulroney's courage. A rare form of courage taken in a terrible time of humanity, where a leader acts in a particular way that changes or contributes to a change for the good. And that's why we call it Mulroney's courage, because at the time, the global world, the United Kingdom, United States of America, were solidly behind the apartheid government. And Mulroney had the courage to speak up for us against apartheid, for the release of Nelson Mandela, for the imposition of sanctions, and it took enormous courage. And that fractured the politics of the world and allowed what we would call in Zulu, vulindlela. It opened the way that led for change in South Africa.
How is he viewed in South Africa as a consequence of that? What could you share with Canadians watching about that?
Well, we have bestowed upon Prime Minister Mulroney the highest award that we could give to a foreign citizen. He has the gold category of the companions of Oliver Tambo. And I was there when it was given. I have a picture of it. It was 8th of December, 2015. And I, in fact, showed the picture to the family when I was paying my respects to them. Yeah.
And what was their response?
They were delighted. Mrs. Mulroney remembered because she was there. So it was a great moment to celebrate with them this reliving of the honor that we bestowed upon him.
I think some Canadian, we're a small country next to a very large one.
Very.
Very. And many Canadians can be quite cynical about that, the fact that the voice of a Canadian Prime Minister, can't make that much of a difference. What do you say about that?
Wow. It's the singular act of cracking impunity that makes the difference. And this is that opening. That's why we call it vulindlela. It opened the way. It is not the act in itself, nor the sanctions in itself liberated South Africa, but it created a new momentum. And that strategic momentum is what led to the dismantling of apartheid. Now, you could argue if that did not happen, would we have had freedom? Perhaps yes. Perhaps it would have taken longer. But what it did do was change the narrative amongst the global north about apartheid South Africa. And that we cannot take away from Prime Minister Mulroney. And it happened at a time in South Africa where there was a state of emergency, thousands of people were getting killed, people were in prison. I was imprisoned at that time. So this is real to us. And what he did at that time was very real to us. And in many ways, and I'm apologizing for saying this, that if we had a bit of Mulroney's courage today, maybe the world in Palestine and Israel would be slightly different.
It sounds to you also, just given your own experience, like he impacted, do you feel the impact personally?
Yeah. I am here as a representative of a free democratic country that in no small part that he contributed to. So I'm here as the High Commissioner of this free democratic country that has now been free and democratic for the past 30 years. And that's an enormous achievement by any standards. When people looked at South Africa in the past, they thought we were going to enter into a civil war. But Mulroney's intuition to believe that if freedom came to South Africa, things would be a bit different. He turned out to be right.
He did. High Commissioner, I appreciate you taking the time to share your thoughts and reflections with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. As the snow melts on my head.
Yes. Stay warm. Stay warm. Thank you. High Commissioner Sheikh, thank you so much. Some very significant reflections there, Graham, on, I think, an issue that, we spoke to, for example, with former Prime Minister and former Foreign Affairs Minister Joe Clark. It was so much so a part of his legacy and something that, the High Commissioner mentioned still to this moment has a personal impact on people who were freed in some ways because of the moral stance and the moral that Brian Mulroney took and the moral fortitude that he had on this issue.
He was in prison, right?
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask him about that, that notion that, we're a small country, and Brian Mulroney didn't think that way.
I love that question because it's so, we're always talking, are we important or not,
Yeah, you got that Canadian thing where, and he didn't think that way, and to make a call to the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Great Britain and say, you know what, we've got to do more. This is wrong. You wrote about the fact that, many people were writing off Nelson Mandela as a communist. And you said, well, how do you know that? You haven't talked to him. He's been in jail. Mm-hmm. That bluntness, that Baie-Comeau directness, I think served him very, very well, and he never forgot it. And there's a great example on the world stage, a consequential event where Canada's Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney, made a tremendous difference.
Very much so. As dignitaries and diplomats make their way through the building, inside there is the Deputy Prime Minister, actually Chrystia Freeland, paying her respects to former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. My colleague Michael Couture is just down this street, and he is joined by the Deputy High Commissioner for the UK. Over to you, Mike.
Yeah, with David Prodger here. Thank you so much for joining us. I just maybe start with your memory, or how you think of Prime Minister Brian Mulroney.
He was a global leader. He was Prime Minister at a time when the world was not in a good place. He, along with a cohort of other great leaders like Margaret Thatcher, like Ronald Reagan, were able to navigate through that difficult time and set a path for a next generation, really, whether that was on peace and security by helping bring Eastern European nations closer to NATO, whether it was tackling genocide and those kinds of horrific ethnic cleansing going on in the Western Balkans, whether it was fighting for rights and values that we share, or whether it was on trade liberalisation. He really set a path for others to follow.
And really somebody, and this is something that we've heard as a theme, not afraid to have difficult conversations with allies like the UK.
Absolutely right, and that's what leadership is about. There are no simple answers to these global issues as we find today. And it's important that we have those robust conversations and we get to a ground which is going to take the world forward. And he very much did that.
I want to know if you can describe to me a little bit of the mood and the sense inside there today.
It was somber, it was respectful. It was very much reflecting on someone who is a true statesman and a fantastic voice for Canada in the world. And I think that just the turnout to see people there, to see people reflecting on his time and what he had achieved, it was very moving.
And his legacy going forward and how you think he has changed not just Canada, but as you had said, that sort of cohort of leaders in the Allies. What do you think that enduring legacy will be?
So I think he was really clear about the values we share and about what they mean to us as a global society. He was a big supporter of the global community, whether that was through UN peacekeeping and putting Canada very much at the front of the line in how we wanted the world to look and respond. And that is his legacy. And if you add that onto the work he did around free trade and trade liberalisation, enabling people to make the best of their own circumstances and raise people up, he has an enormous legacy.
David Prodger, he is the Chargé d'Affaires at the British High Commission. Vashi, send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Mike, my colleague, Michael Couture. I'm here with CTV, the chief news anchor, for CTV Ottawa, Graham Richardson, and alongside us, the former leader of the Conservative Party, Aaron O'Toole. Mr. O'Toole, pleasure to see you.
Good seeing you again.
I wish it were under different circumstances, but a fitting tribute to the former Prime Minister today, the list of the length, of the line of dignitaries there. What does it say to you?
It's great to see. And I think in this age of kind of polarization, it's a reminder that in his age, he and Mr. Broadbent, Mr. Turner got along quite well. There was respect. You could battle in the House of Commons, but you could also have great respect. So it's been wonderful to see Canadians, even pundits that were quite hard on Mr. Mulroney when he was Prime Minister, noting what a profound impact he had on the country. In fact, in many ways, we're still coasting on the economic work, on trade, on taxation and other things that he established. So it's very sad. He was very special to mentor people like myself and Pierre and a whole new generation of Conservatives. So we'll deeply miss his advice.
What was the best advice he gave you, do you think, as you reflect back on it?
I've talked a lot about, after I lost the vote in my caucus, pretty tough time in our lives, nobody called more than Brian Mulroney. And he wasn't in my caucus, but he knew that probably talking about things was the best way to go. When I was leader, he always said, look at the national interest, look at the long term. Don't try and, exploit a current little gap or a loop, or try and think long term. And so for me, it was talking to him about pandemic measures and vaccines and all this sort of stuff, where I was having a hard time sometimes balancing off the interests of the country. And he always tried to put it in perspective, do what you think is right. Do what you think is good in the best interests of Canadians in the long term. And, it's a sign of a good leader.
How much of that was, how much of the way we look at him now was the work he did after being Prime Minister? How much of it, like in the early 90s, as you know, it was horrendous for Conservatives. I mean, the party went down to 2 seats. Many people blamed him. His family could not get out of this town fast enough. It was terrible. And I guess what I'm asking is, it's hard to take the national interest and take the big picture when you're in the throes, when you're in the thick of it, because it is so all-consuming. And arguably, you've been right in the middle of it as well.
Yeah. Something that is hard makes it even more important to do the right thing. And I think the challenge Mr. Mulroney had leaving office, and obviously Ms. Campbell lost the election, but the unpopularity of the PCs was pretty profound. I was in the military by that point following it. He did the right structural reforms, but at a tough time. There was a tough recession in the early 90s. So to bring in the GST, a new tax, look at the angst about the carbon tax. Yeah. April 1st, the carbon tax, most of the premiers are opposing the increase of the carbon tax. But he didn't waver in that because he knew long-term a consumption tax like the GST was smart to make us more competitive. And he was willing to take a bit of a beating politically. So I think what's great now is you're seeing the policies and the impact of Brian Mulroney has simmered for many years since he left office. And now people are realizing, wow, we never stood taller on the world stage. We were able to make the first Gulf War a multilateral campaign with many nations because of Brian Mulroney's influence on the U.S. president. The freeing of Nelson Mandela and the slow erosion of apartheid, he opposed both Reagan and Thatcher at that time. And Canada punched well above our weight, and I don't think we have, red or blue, had that influence since Mr. Mulroney.
What does it tell us about our ability to have it? That we were just speaking with the South African High Commissioner, who himself was at one time in prison. They call it their Brian Mulroney courage. What does it say that despite Margaret Thatcher, despite Ronald Reagan, 2 of his closest allies, he took the stand he did and it had the impact it did?
Well, he was, he knew that Canadian values needed to be expressed at home and around the world. And it was the progressive part of the progressive conservative element that I think you're going to see a lot of remembrance of. He took that strong position because he thought apartheid was abhorrent, and he thought we had a duty to make that an effort. He backed down on certain things about de-indexing pensions because he was worried about the impact on singles who didn't single seniors that didn't have much money at the end of life. So he was willing to show his progressive bona fides when he needed to. And I think as a conservative, I always tried to take a bit of a learning from that as well. And I'm sure, and I hope Pierre will as well.
As leader, you prepare for those television debates. Do you think about 84? You had an option, sir. Do you think about the 88 free trade debate?
We all wish we could have real debates again. You know,
Right.
I told Mr. Johnston with his debate committee at the time that the 2019 debate was farcical. There wasn't any real debate, and unfortunately they didn't change it. So Mr. Trudeau, I got one exchange with Mr. Trudeau in 2021. It happened to be on climate change, which was not a strength for us at the time, and I was trying to sort of overcome people's thoughts about our party at the time. Back in the day, I remember as a kid, I didn't watch the debate, but I remember seeing the clips running, and I was 11, right? You had an option, sir. I would like us to return to a bit of that so that you could actually have the leaders mix it up rather than have, a cavalcade of questions by different journalists and different people. It becomes more of an event rather than a debate. So let's take some learnings from that 84 historic knockdown. But then Turner had a pretty good retort in 88. So it was a really good back and forth. I really wish we could have a bit more of that.
Do you think the nostalgia, there's a lot of nostalgia among people who are reflecting on Brian Mulroney's passing, sort of even his opponents at the time, sort of the way it was and the way in which people interacted, even from the different political parties. Do you subscribe to that? Do you feel there is you've lived in the now. Do you think there is a difference?
There is a difference, yeah, and I do think there's a lot of nostalgia in looking back. You're a lot younger than Graham and I, so this is the Gen Xers looking back to our childhood. And Brian Mulroney, I said in something I wrote on Substack, I remember him as the first prime minister I really followed as a kid. And then he was prime minister all through my high school time, and I was in the military when he retired. And that's a pretty transformative time in someone's life. So people that are Gen Xers now are looking back to sort of the 80s and 90s and saying, yeah, there's certain things that Canada's come a long way, and some rights and some recognitions and reconciliation. But we've also seen debate and other things maybe get a little worse. So there's a bit of a positive nostalgia to say, how can we be better and how can we learn from outstanding leaders like Brian Mulroney? And the approach he had, what I found remarkable is I got those phone calls and had a good relationship with him, but I found out he was calling journalists and he was calling politicians from other parties, particularly at a time he knew they needed a call. That is a sign of remarkable character, and I hope we still value character like this in politics today.
I think we do, for sure. Mr. O'Toole.
You see, it's pretty slick for that politician to say, you're younger than us.
Yeah, well, I'll take it.
I didn't want to assume.
Mr. O'Toole, a real pleasure to see you.
Really great
and I
to see
appreciate
you.
you making the time for the conversation.
Thank you very much.
You.
Great to see you.
Former leader of the Conservative Party, Aaron O'Toole, there reflecting on the life and legacy of former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. Graham Richardson and I just outside the building where Brian Mulroney's family is inside alongside his casket. Members of the public in about an hour and a half will be able to pay their respects as well. Right now, though, if we are able to take a look inside, as I mentioned, Brian Mulroney's 4 children and his wife Mila are all kind of alongside the casket. They are greeting dignitaries as they make their way in. People like Mr. O'Toole, the leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh, whom I just saw walk through, as well as Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and the Governor General were the first 2 people to pay tribute to Brian Mulroney and to make their way through that red carpet and that grand room in which Brian Mulroney's portrait hangs as well. Graham, some really interesting reflections there from the former leader, who I feel genuinely has a real sort of respect and love for Brian Mulroney. Clearly had a big impact on his own time as a politician and leader, I should say, of the party.
And Mr. O'Toole's right. I feel older when your first prime minister, like I remember as a child, Pierre Trudeau, but really being engaged in the free trade debate. And when he passed away, it's sort of a moment you don't forget. And the reflections there, the fact that he realized that he was making all of those calls and that it was a positive thing. I think also Aaron O'Toole talking about the substantive nature of the debate back then. And it's our soundbite culture, our nanosecond attention span. So it's not just our politics, it's everything that causes politicians to have to compete in that environment, that causes the hyperpartisanship and the effort to get your message through a narrowing hole that did not exist back then. And so I think you're right, there's some wistful nostalgia here that maybe we're never going to return to, but there's also some decency that you hope. I think everybody here and everybody in politics loves politics, and most people don't like the tone that all of our politics have taken, regardless of side. So it's nice to hear that. I'm also interested, Vashi, as well, and we mentioned this earlier, though, the differences between Mr. Trudeau Sr. and Mr. Mulroney, and the reaction to Pierre Trudeau's death, and this the train going back to Montreal. I mean, these are two Quebec sons. Mm-hmm. Who reached the highest office in the country with very different views of the country. And I just wanted to point out, remind people that Jim Munson was a reporter with CTV at the time, and he was on the train, or near the train, I believe, and for Pierre Trudeau. And he told me that he heard this sound, and it was people putting their hands on the train. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if those sorts of things are going to happen with Mr. Mulroney, because they're different people. But it speaks to how important our prime ministers are, what they mean for us. And, people say, it's just a politician, much more than just a politician. And I think Mr. Mulroney fits into that, and Pierre Trudeau fits into that, even though they are quite different people.
And just what you're looking at on your screen right now, Industry Minister François-Philippe Champagne greeting the family of Brian Mulroney speaks also to what Mr. O'Toole mentioned about how the reaction to Mr. Mulroney's passing has been a bit of cause for hope as well, right? The degree to which people from all political parties are showing up, and there is the minister there facing the casket. We saw the deputy prime minister. We've seen every single party leader, even Yves-François Blanchet, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, right? Like, everybody sort of able to acknowledge the significant contributions of Mr. Mulroney, but also seemingly wanting to acknowledge the tone and tenor of the time in which he was in office, and even thereafter.
And so many Quebec politicians, of course, remiss if we wouldn't say the extraordinary achievement of winning that many seats in Quebec for the Conservative Party, an extraordinary thing to do.
Speaking of Quebec politicians, we're honored to be joined by Cabinet Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Stephen Guilbeault, who's next to me right now. Minister, it's good to see you.
Good morning, Vashi.
Thank you very much for making the time. I have to zone in. I know you have just a few minutes, so I do want to zone in on part of Mr. Mulroney's legacy that is a big aspect of what people are talking about, and that is his commitment to environmental stewardship, in particular negotiating and coming to a conclusion on the acid rain treaty with the United States. From where you sit as not just Minister of Environment, but a huge environmentalist prior to that, how significant, in your view, were his contributions in that area?
Historic. He was a trailblazer. He was a champion of the environment when there were very few champions of the environment. You spoke about acid rains, rightly so. We don't talk about acid rain anymore because it's largely behind us, thanks to the work of Prime Minister Mulroney. We don't talk about ozone layer anymore and the ozone depletion because thanks to the leadership of Brian Mulroney in 1987 Montreal, we signed the Montreal Protocol on the ozone layer. And now what we know, because of this protocol, this incredible and historic international agreement on environmental agreement to protect the ozone layer. We don't talk about this anymore because we know that the ozone layer is starting to rebuild, and by 2060 it will be largely fully restored thanks to his leadership. We could talk about climate change. He was instrumental in the 1992 Rio summit. He made sure that the George Bush father, President of the United States, came. So it gave us the Climate Change Convention, the Biological Convention, things that we're still benefiting from today. The Paris Agreement in 2015 was based on what Brian Mulroney did in 1992. When we welcomed the world in Montreal at the end of 2022 for COP15, it was based on work that Prime Minister Mulroney did. It's an incredible environmental legacy.
I read a number of the articles he wrote about what those negotiations were like, let's say starting with acid rain, and the degree to which he had to use his own personal capital with the U.S. president at the time in order to get it done, because there was a ton of opposition around the president. What does that say about, in your view, how he saw how important this issue was?
It was so important to him that he would. I mean, you can probably count on your fingers of one hand how many leaders around the world would take their own time, like not the environment minister, not some member of parliament, but the leader of a G7 nation would take some of his own time to work hard to, it's one thing to stand up to an opponent, but to stand up to friend and to put pressure on the President of the United States for something like ozone depletion, like acid rain, like climate change in the late 80s, early 90s. Even today, we still have a hard time to find people who will do that.
Yeah.
We don't know each other, but I know you do unpopular things in some quarters. Some people believe that this government, they don't agree with some of the choices this government's trying to make. Now is not the time to get into that debate. I'm curious, do you view those things in the same way that Mr. Mulroney did unpopular things? Do you see yourself in a similar space? And that in 20 years we're going to look back at some of the things you're trying to do that were unpopular in quarters of the country that were the right thing to do?
Well, if you'll allow me, I will tell you what Prime Minister Mulroney told me just before Christmas. I had the pleasure of spending some time with him. And he said he followed closely what I did on the environment. He said he was a big fan. And he said, listen, people will complain, people will oppose what you're trying to do, but you're on the right track. Keep going at it.
So yes.
Yes.
What did that mean to you? What does it say that he said that?
I mean, first that he would still, pay close attention to these issues just goes to show how much he cared about it. That he followed what I was doing was an incredible honor for me, and to receive those words of wisdom from someone who has done very difficult and sometimes controversial things was really inspirational.
I'll leave it there, Minister Guilbeault. Thank you so much. Great to see you. I appreciate it. That is Environment and Climate Change Minister Steven Guilbeault reflecting, Graham, on a big, we've talked about apartheid, we've talked about the relationship with the U.S., but Brian Mulroney's environmental legacy is also an incredibly significant one, as Mr. Guilbeault was alluding to.
And a hard thing to do on acid rain, to be talking to the Americans about something like that. And the reason I asked Mr. Guilbeault that,
it's a very pertinent question.
And it's a great story.
Yes, it is.
Like Mulroney called him and said, "I agree with what you're doing," and he is in many chords, in many places, an unpopular politician. The Ontario government not thrilled with Mr. Guilbeault. There's people in the West in governments who believe he's too much of an activist, and clearly Mr. Mulroney is saying to him, "Hey, you're going to take some fire, but maybe it's the right thing to do, and keep going." Which the stories we're hearing from so many people today, that doesn't surprise me.
It's also, I was sort of in my question alluding to the fact that Brian Mulroney wrote extensively about the environmental agenda that he pursued and the degree to which he did have to spend his own personal capital. The flip side of that is that he had that capital, that he worked incredibly hard to strike genuine friendships with both Ronald Reagan and George Bush. And when he needed to, he leveraged that relationship in a way that would advance the interests of Canada in his view. But that is a very, in this world we live in at the moment, when you think about the prospect of Donald Trump, for example, and the world that that exists south of our border. That is it feels almost novel at this point.
And how much, a harsh but fair question is, how much political capital does Mr. Guilbeault and Mr. Trudeau do they have now? And maybe they don't have, maybe they don't. We'll see. But yeah, you're right. It's almost, it's. Sorry, what are we?
No, I was just saying that's just in that same vein. It's Elizabeth May.
Oh, there's Elizabeth May.
Yeah,
yes.
the environmentalist of the House of Commons, the leader of the Green Party, who
great speech yesterday.
Yes, incredible speech, and just sort of in the same vein as what we're talking about with Minister Guilbeault. Not the people you would assume are so closely aligned with Brian Mulroney, or who he would be speaking on a personal basis with. But again, he often went outside his own party lines. And in the instance of the environment, my goodness, how much his record and what he did and who he was meant to people like Stephen Guilbeault and Elizabeth May.
And people who did not pay attention closely to the record on environment might have been surprised as there's Elizabeth May with Ben Mulroney, being Elizabeth May, always.
She was giving Mila Mulroney a huge hug as well. She obviously has a nice personal relationship with them too.
Yeah, and so if you did not pay close attention to the Green Agenda, to acid rain or whatever it was, people would say Brian Mulroney, when she declared him the greenest prime minister, thought many people might be surprised by that, others not so much.
And I think now we are joined by Minister of Labour, Seamus O'Regan. Minister, it's good to see you. Thank you for. We just spoke to Minister Guilbeault, your cabinet colleague, and we're just looking at Elizabeth May warmly embracing the Mulroney family. I know you know Ben Mulroney pretty well. Before I get into your personal reflections, what does the cross-partisan way in which this outpouring of love for Brian Mulroney, what does it say to you?
Time is a marvelous thing. I mean, let's be realistic. I grew up in the age of Mulroney, and you guys did probably too. And, at times he was a very polarizing figure.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought at that time, as being one of the few 17-year-olds who couldn't yet vote but was campaigning for free trade with the United States at St. FX University, I felt a lot of the positions he took were right, because what I liked about them is they were confident. He was confident about us. Free trade was something that we could handle because of who we are and what we could do. And I always enjoyed that about him. It was a confidence he had in himself, but more to the point, it was a confidence that he had in us. And I think that's what's being celebrated today. That and the fact that a lot of what he did, particularly on the international level, was gutsy. And he didn't mind cashing in political capital to do big things. And that is something, it really is. So it's great to see all hands, I think, celebrating him today. I really enjoyed Elizabeth May yesterday, as I always do, because it was incredibly heartfelt and definitely off the cuff. And for those of us who've done live TV, that's what I like. But she reamed off the big and the small. And it wasn't just acid rain. I mean, she went so far as to say, because of the Montreal Protocol, he saved the planet. Lord knows he might have. He reversed the ozone hole. He got countries to do that. Those are incredible things.
How hard, you talk about sort of expending political and personal capital, and I think with time the reflection is about how consequential he was as prime minister and the decisions he made. But like you mentioned, I also was 10 years old when he was, and I remember he was at 12 points in his last year in the polls. How hard is it, do you think? How hard was it to do the big things, to expend that kind of political capital?
I can only appreciate that now. I really can. I think it must have been extraordinarily hard. I think one of the key things for him, the important things, is that he understood the importance of keeping his cabinet and caucus together. Caucus particularly. He knew the birthdays of everybody. I think the Prime Minister currently does a pretty good job, but I think even he would say the mark was left with Mulroney. And so in good times and in bad, his caucus stood by him. And that is not an easy thing. That is a garden that you tend every day. But he knew how to wield a phone. I thought Pierre Poilievre was absolutely right. I think the equivalent today, because if we looked at our phones now and saw no caller ID and it was the PMO switchboard, you're like, I'm not answering that. So it may not work as well today. Texts work though. Sending something, getting in touch with people was the point. He was masterful at that. I heard more stories just in there from other cabinet ministers that I didn't know, that I will hold in confidence. When they were at low points, high points, even in the tenure of this government, he called.
Yeah, everybody we have talked to today almost has a moment to reflect on
I'll
that.
share a good one with you.
Yeah, go.
Sure, go.
Because I just shared it with the family.
We're on live TV. I think you're pretty comfortable on it.
This was a good, when I had to go to rehab 9-10 years ago. And unfortunately, the news broke while I was still in there. So you're in a pretty vulnerable position. And I was as down as you could probably be, and as vulnerable as I could probably be. And I got a no-caller ID. And I picked it up. Hello, Seamus, it's Brian Mulroney. It's not like you have to introduce yourself when you've got a timber like Brian Mulroney. I know darn well who he is.
Yeah.
And he was so gracious and kind. Just to say that, he said, I was exactly your age at 43 when I quit drinking. Wow. And it is the greatest thing. And your career, your life, you will be so much happier for it. I have no regrets. He said, life has only been better. Fortunately, he said, the same time I quit drinking, I quit smoking. And I can tell you there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about having a cigarette. And I dropped the phone. I laughed so hard. And just recounting that story for some members of the family who didn't know it, brought a tear to my eye because it was exactly the right timing. He had an extraordinary gift for that, and I will never, ever forget that for the rest of my life.
You mentioned how polarizing he was. You were close with Brian Tobin. He wrote about the Rat Pack in his memoirs in a very clear way about how he felt about that. Mm-hmm. What is it about him that bridged that? You said time helps.
Yeah.
Is it just time, or is it the fact that all the work he did behind the scenes, like you're describing now, makes him a nonpartisan prime minister post-politics?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's even... He was definitely a partisan prime minister, no question. And I think he would want to be known as a partisan prime minister. I mean, that was his life. The PC party was his life. But you managed to hold that as your identity and still reach out. So it's even stronger than that. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. He didn't attempt to be nonpartisan. He was partisan. Mm-hmm. But, in quieter moments, and he and Brian Tobin, I can tell you, became very good friends. And I think that there was a very public reconciliation. I'm not sure if it was when Brian was industry minister or not, where he said, on a number of things, you were right. You were right. There was a mea culpa. I don't know if it was a public forum. Brian will tell you the story at some point better than I ever could. But they became good friends. Frank McKenna and him became very good friends. I don't know how many enemies he held in his life. I think that, where he could, in time, find common cause, he did. And that's a tribute to him. And the country's in a better place for it.
Do you think in this environment you'll all be friends?
I don't know. I was just saying it to Melanie Joly. We were talking about what and Poilievre and many others had talked about this, and Pierre Poilievre, about his ability to use the phone and the artistry of using the phone. And like I said to you, I think now things have changed. I think one thing that many politicians of that time have a hard time getting their heads around is social media and a 24/7-hour news cycle. And it does whip people out of shape, and it does spread a lot of disinformation. And thank God for the work that you guys do. But there's not enough of you, and more people relying on social media for news. It changes the game. It makes that work that Mulroney did so well, and others like him, Tobin and others. Makes it harder. It certainly makes it harder. But you got to work at it. I work at it. We're all here. We're all elected by constituents. We're all here to make the country a better place. Different ways to go about it. I know it sounds kind of kumbaya, but I look for it where I can find it in there.
I
really do.
It.
Yeah, it is a day.
We've taken a lot of your time, but I have one more question, because I know we've been watching all morning, and Canadians have been watching as his family, their Senator Pamela Wallin. Yes, there we go.
My predecessor, my predecessor at Canada AM.
Yeah, fitting that you're all here with us on CTV at the moment. How lucky for us. As we watch the family receive everybody, his family was incredibly important to him. And he'd been with his wife for decades. He spoke at length. I thought Pierre Poilievre's comments on that yesterday were certainly indicative of that. You know his family too on a personal basis. And I'm just wondering if for a moment, outside of your role as minister, just sort of how you're reflecting on this personally and in your relationship with them at this
time. I bumped into them yesterday and was kind of taken aback, only because they are a lovely family. I've known them for 20-odd years. Ben Mulroney and I started on a show called Talk TV. We might have roped you into that.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, 6 hours of daily television on channel 508. It was an experiment.
In a loft or something?
In a loft, way ahead of its time. They wanted an Airstream trailer, and they wanted people who didn't know anything about television and had no training and no experience, and I fit the bill, and I didn't know what the heck I was doing. And Ben was there. And Ben and I, for the first year, worked on the show, and then we had to take it on the road. We went to Vancouver, and he said to me, I'm going to give Justin a call. And I went, you're not serious. Like, you guys know each other, Trudeau's and Mulroney's. He said, yeah, I do. And we went out that night. That's how I met... I know it sounds like I hang out with Prime Minister sons all the time. I didn't. I swear to God. I'm just a guy from Happy Valley, Goose Bay, Labrador. But I did hang out with them, and... it's how I met the Prime Minister. But through Ben, I got to meet Mark, Carolyn, Nicholas, Brian, and more, and Mila, who's just a force and is standing there with such grace and poise. And like her late husband, her heart is completely into it. You watch them as you are, standing as now hundreds, if not thousands of people go by. They will look into the eyes of each and every one of them individually and with dignity.
So much poise and so much grace, absolutely.
They're a marvelous family, and the real deal.
Thank you so much, Minister. I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us
today and
share your memories. Appreciate it so much.
Thanks.
Minister of Labour, Seamus O'Regan, speaking there about what we are all watching, of course, the poise and the grace of the Mulroney family as they greet a number of dignitaries. After they greet dignitaries, however, members of the public will be permitted to pay their respects in person. And my colleague, Michael Couture, is standing by with, I believe, the first person who is in line to do just that.
The very first person in line, Vashi, this is Gordon Peavy. He has a very special connection to the Prime Minister. He was part of the security detail for Prime Minister Brian Mulroney between 1989 and 93. Mr. Peavy, tell me why it was so important for you to be here and to be the first person in line.
Well, it wasn't necessarily to be the first person in line, but it was important to me to be here because I was very close with the family during those 4 years, as I was in later years. And I just thought I would come today to pay my respects to and my condolences to Mrs. Mulroney and any other family member that might be here, because I pretty well knew them all. And to pay homage to the gentleman that I protected for 4 years.
A lot of people know the politician. Tell me about the person and the man. What was he like?
A very kind, generous person, very respectful of people he spoke to. He always looked you in the eye when he spoke to you, and always had good intentions, as he has said on many occasions he had for this country. Whether or not you liked him as a politician, that's irrelevant. We're here today to pay homage to the service he gave to this country. And I think it's important for Canadians to come out.
What was it like traveling the world with him and being with him on a daily basis? A lot of people, you had a unique look at the person behind the scenes. What was that like?
Well, there was days when there's a lot of stress in the car, and there was other days when it was very jovial. It just depended on what was going on up there, so on the hill.
Any special memory that you have of him?
Mr. Mulroney was a bit of a jokester, so you always had to be on your guard, because he would get you somehow. So.
Did he ever get you?
Nope. I was always on my guard.
What do you think his legacy will be for this country, and how will you best remember him?
I'll best remember him for the man who was in the limousine with me every day or every other day, and who was in the plane with me traveling the world. I remember him like that. Politics aside, I'm not big on politics. I think he'll be remembered. I think we still have the GST floating around. We still have NAFTA. So those things are still out there. And like he said, and many people have said, he always tried to do the best for this country, or what he thought was the best.
Yeah.
Whether or not you liked him, that's why I think people should come to see him, because it's to pay homage to the service that he gave to Canada, not necessarily to the man. You might not have liked him, but I liked him.
Have you thought at all what you might say to members of the family, Mrs. Mulroney?
It's kind of personal. So.
Do you still keep in contact with them, or do you feel like you still feel that connection? Because people always say that they feel that connection to him even years on.
I got an invite to his book signing in Montreal at the Ritz-Carlton, and I attended that, and other than that, I don't keep track of the family. I know what they're doing, because there's still friends that I worked with in the RCMP who are close to the family, and I see them once in a while, and I hear what's going on.
I appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. Thank you so much for that. Gordon Peavy Vashi, the first person in line, member of the public. The line is starting to form here, just outside the Sir John A. Macdonald building. And of course, more of the public will be ready, and they're welcoming them here. They will be all the way into this evening. Vashi.
Yes, and into tomorrow. Thank you so much, Mike. And thank you to Mr. Peavy as well. I'm here with Graham Richardson, a great story there of someone who actually stood guard for Mr. Mulroney for a number of years and first in line. We have another great story I anticipate from my next guest, Senator Pamela Wallin, who also knew the former Prime Minister very well. How are you feeling today?
Well, it's a day in my mind to celebrate what he represented. This is a man who brought great change to this country. I think he helped us grow up. And when he tackled that free trade agreement, when it came at a great political cost, you have to look back and say that was extraordinary leadership. Mm-hmm. So today is a day to be sad, but also to celebrate what he did for all of us and this country, and looking up at these buildings and remembering men. Covering it was, it was a different time. I'm old. What can I say? Covering all those things, but it was a time when partisanship was of course very real, but much friendlier and warmer. So I think we all long for those days.
How was it? We were just actually sitting here. I was telling you with your another former colleague, Minister Seamus O'Regan, as we watched you walk up to the casket. How did it feel in that room, and what was it like being able to talk to the family about their loss?
The family is amazing. They have Brian and Miller have raised 4 amazing citizens, is how I will put it. They're not kids. And they are going to make a contribution to this country too, and their partners are amazing because that's what they saw at home. But as I was walking up to the casket, I've got to say this, it might sound a bit odd, but it seemed too small for him because his personality and his presence was always so big. When Brian walked into a room, I mean, it was hands outstretched and crowds parted, and he was always front and center. So, you miss people with huge personalities like that too, because you feel that loss.
Larger than life.
Yeah, larger than life.
In the thick of it back in the day.
Yeah.
Did the gallery get it wrong with Mr. Mulroney? You can't be 100%. You're going to get some things wrong.
I mean, I think the gallery missed what he was doing in 1983 when he was crisscrossing the country, going to every little barbecue and turning that into the largest majority government in the history of this country, because the Ottawa Gallery, of which I was a part, is always very Ottawa-centric, right? So sometimes you have to go to Wadena, Saskatchewan to find out what's actually going on. And we all did. I've talked with the former Prime Minister many times about, we all thought the world was going to end with free trade and, what would happen to every industry. We were so used to living in our own protected bubble, right? And he just changed so much about not just the country and made us a real economic player. But in the course of doing that, he changed our attitudes. Like, we used to have a pretty serious inferiority complex, and he made us truly an economic nation and a proper member of the G7 and all of those things. So I really thank him for that, and I do think that we sometimes missed his bigger vision while we were focused on the day-to-day and this battle in the House of Commons. And
because that's the job.
Yeah.
And you got to make the call.
Yeah.
And you can't ignore the anxiety out there that's part of your job.
No, and there was a lot of anxiety. There were a lot of industries that feared the jig was up for them. And there were a couple, of course, where they did take the hit. But most people in the longer run, if you can see the longer run, but we blame politicians for having, 4-year attention spans till the next election. We've got 15 minutes till the next feed, right? So we're not always the ones with the vision either. So
are you at all surprised by the degree to which Canadians are responding to his passing, like the way in which kind of people at a political level have come together, but beyond that, how far-reaching the reaction has been?
I'm not surprised, because I think, he was one of those people that when you met him, you were the most important thing. Right in front of him, he engaged. His family is doing it right now. I stopped and had a conversation. I've known those kids, quote unquote, since they were born. And they have, they have poise and they have manners, and they are respectful and thankful that people are here. But he and Mila treated people like that. So, what goes around comes around, and I think they're feeling that back. And I do think people are nostalgic for a time when you could have all those battles and partisan fights, but where it was done a little more. Nicely is not the word. I hate saying nice and Canadian.
I know what you mean, but we've had almost every single guest we've had today has remarked about, has sort of reflected on the feeling of nostalgia Mr. Mulroney's passing has brought them. Yeah,
it was an incredible time. I think it was our coming of age as a country, so I think that's important. And then you've got a generation of people who were touched by him, who covered him, who knew him, who worked with him, like the former MPs, the former senators, the former security guards, the former everything that are here, because Brian never forgot a face or a name.
Do you have before you go, do you have a single biggest television moment from his time as Prime Minister? You're such a good person when it comes to television. Well, I've got one I'm thinking of.
Well, I don't. I mean, we had lots of battles because I was the Ottawa bureau chief for CTV, so you can imagine we came up against one another. And what I liked about, not so much at the time, but now, was his willingness to engage. And so he didn't dismiss you because you disagreed or asked the same question. I mean, going over the free trade agreement, page by page, word by word, he knew it. So if you asked him a question, he would answer it. But no, I think there was just a respect, and it was that he also knew your own story. And he knew where I was from, and he would know somebody that knew somebody that was, close to Wadena and Saskatchewan. And just the generosity. I had a very good friend, Marjorie Nichols. She was a reporter on the Hill for many years, one of the first women. She was dying of cancer. Brian and Mila called her and invited her up to Harrington Lake. No fuss, no muss, nobody knew. It was just an act of kindness, and Marjorie was a very good friend, and I heard about it 1,000 times. And then when we've all had our troubles in life, he's the one that reaches out. So you've got to love that.
Yeah, can't disagree with that. Senator Wallin, pleasure to see you. Thanks very much for sharing your memories today. I appreciate it. Senator Pamela Wallin reflecting on her own memories and of course, memories that I think a lot of Canadians are familiar with just because of the senator's public profile during those years. Of course, as she mentioned, the Ottawa bureau chief for CTV.
She's one of those big personalities.
Yes,
we missed that.
Most definitely. Also amazing the degree to which, those acts of kindness have been remarked on by not just the senator, but so many different people. How many phone calls did this man make, I think
Constant.
is the question, right? That we're all asking ourselves. Such generosity.
And generally, I disagree with Seamus. I don't think it's that different. I think that politicians today, or business leaders, or average people, that phone call, it means so much more, and I think he can still do it. I know what Seamus is getting at. He's getting
we don't really call
social
anymore.
media.
Yeah.
We don't call anymore. But the difference that a call makes, particularly from someone like that, and how many people have said at a low point they got a call from the former prime minister and that big booming voice.
That lineup that you see on your screen now, former and current politicians, diplomats, ambassadors from many different countries around the world, persists. It is scheduled to go until noon, but it appears to me like it may take a little bit longer for the sheer volume of people who want to pay tribute to Mr. Mulroney to do so. The public is scheduled to be allowed in to pay their respects in person at about 12:30 Eastern. My colleague Mike just speaking to the first gentleman in line. We have somebody now next to us who was able to go inside already. We saw Elizabeth May, the co-leader of the Green Party. Hello, Miss May.
Hi, Vashi.
I saw you embrace Mila Mulroney there, the biggest hug. How are you doing, first
I knew
of all?
when I saw Mila I would lose it, so of course I did. I started crying. They were so kind to me, and when I was a young mom, I'm not a young mom anymore, by the way. My daughter that Brian and Mila held as a baby, we're going to turn 33 in July. I was telling Mila, she said, "Oh my God!" So that was when we were really. I mean, I'd worked with in the Mulroney government as senior policy advisor to the Minister of Environment, but I can't say we really became good friends till in a different relationship in the work that was in the lead up to the Earth Summit, when I was at Sierra Club and not in government anymore. But there was no question. I mean, obviously, I was so grateful for the accomplishments of the time of what he accomplished as Prime Minister. And at the Rio Earth Summit, that when I had my baby with me, she was 11 months old, and Brian was saying, Elizabeth, really? He'd stop and, you know, take a moment for some baby squeezes, which I said, oh, you do have the most beautiful baby. Those moments are the kinds of things that make you friends as opposed to colleagues, or in my case, you know, way down the totem pole, environment advisor to the Minister of Environment, dealing with the Prime Minister. It's a miracle we became such good friends, and I'm so deeply grateful.
You must be sad at his loss. I can tell. You know, and I heard it yesterday. Your speech was really poignant.
I would have loved the chance to see him again. You know, everybody feels that way when you lose someone you care about. And I'd just been thinking about him the very day he died, thinking, I must call him. It's been a while. I wonder if his health is okay. I just had anyway. For those people watching who, like, I'm turning 70 this year, and I'm thinking 84 is too young. We lost him too young. If you're 30 and watching this, you won't know what I'm talking about, but you will soon. I'm deeply grateful we had him as long as we did, and the generosity and kindness of his family to tell me how much they enjoyed the speech. I'm now lined up to do storytelling with the grandchildren, because I told them I couldn't fit everything in to my speech. I couldn't even list the accomplishments for the environment in the time I had. I left stuff out. I left out this great line he gave, and it came to me last night. He gave a speech in Environment Week in June '88, where he said, you know, the beluga whales that wash up dead on the shores of the St. Lawrence River, their flesh has to be treated as hazardous waste because of the loading of PCBs and toxic chemicals in their flesh. To this day, I mean, I worked on writing some of his speeches over the years. I don't know, he wrote that.
Wow.
And he felt it viscerally. He fought for the environment, and in a way that was never in a party platform. It wasn't a great promise in some platform I don't remember any political platform for Brian Mulroney that said, I'm going to fight to end acid rain. I'm going to fight to protect our ozone layer. I'm going to make sure that we take a leadership role early in the climate change issue, which we did. We've lost any pretense of a lead, but we had it then.
Did he get it that right away? I've read that he wasn't an environmentalist to the core to start, but members of his caucus talked about acid rain. And it affected it affected in Muskoka.
Yeah, exactly. A senior, like a senior as in one of the older members of the caucus. What a sweetheart, Stan Darling. I mean, the name says it all. But it was Stan Darling who was sort of Mr. Acid Rain in the Conservative caucus and brought Brian around to it. But when he was Prime Minister and when it was clear that acid rain was killing forests in Canada, killing lakes and rivers and streams, particularly in eastern Canada and in Nova Scotia, he took it on board and made it without doubt, and he set the course. He said, this is our top bilateral issue. Every time anyone in this government meets with the White House, our top issue consistently is acid rain. And it wasn't, and he also set a course for how we dealt with the provinces. We needed deals from the 7 eastern provinces, and he approached them, the strategy, one at a time. Start with the easier ones, get that deal done. Started with PEI, ended with Ontario. This was serious work to tell polluters, this is, we're not asking, we're going to regulate. We need you to cut your emissions in half. Let's negotiate how we're doing that. But every province had the same commitment in a binding agreement with the federal government. And it was when those were in hand that he could go to the White House and say to Ronald Reagan, we've done it in Canada. We need you to match what we have done. And of course, I mentioned yesterday the Blarney Stone. When he was on stage with Mila and Nancy and Ronald Reagan and singing "When Irish Eyes Are Smiling," that was diplomacy. That was part of what got us the acid rain treaty with the United States. Was Ronald Reagan apparently said to one of his advisors one day in the White House, "We really ought to do something for Brian."
the personal.
Yeah,
right?
it wasn't we owe Canada.
Vashti and I talked about this today, that close relationship with the United States came with risks, because he knew out in the country people would say, oh, you're just kissing up, you want to be the 51st state, which his opponents said during the 88 campaign. Yeah. And so it wasn't necessarily an easy thing to do, but he felt it was the right thing to do.
And he leveraged it.
And that was even more the case with Maggie Thatcher.
Right.
Going into that Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit and saying to a friend and ideologically aligned colleague, I'm going up against you. I'm sorry, I don't agree with you, Maggie. I'm organizing with the members of the Commonwealth that are ready to throw South Africa out until they stop their policies of apartheid. And even after we put sanctions in place against South Africa, there was pressure over the years that Pik Botha was beginning to show some tendencies towards reform. Brian Mulroney was pressured to lift the sanctions against South Africa. And he told his senior diplomatic people, and he asked them, can you get me a phone call with Nelson Mandela? Can we reach him in prison? And from Nelson Mandela's jail cell, he told Brian Mulroney, no, don't lift the sanctions. Canada's policy on apartheid was directed by Nelson Mandela at the instruction of Brian Mulroney. And I think every Canadian needs to know that, because there's things about who we are as a people that we can be proud of. And quite a lot of them are from what many may feel is a surprising source of pride, which is Brian Mulroney's record.
The South African High Commissioner says they call it Brian Mulroney courage in that country. Miss May, it's a pleasure to see you. Great to get your reflections today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vashti.
I appreciate you making the time.
Oh, it's good to see you.
And my condolences on your loss as well.
Great to see you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth May, the co-leader of the Green Party, reflecting on the personal relationship she had with Mr. Mulroney and his family, but also, we have been talking about the various aspects of Mr. Mulroney's legacy throughout this morning. We've seen that reflected through the people who have come through to talk to his family, to pay tribute to him at his casket. And it does reflect the various aspects of that legacy, from the environment to the relationship with the U.S. to something like the GST. But I think most significantly, and I'm wondering what you think, his relationships.
Yeah.
It's all about relationships.
It's all the personal. And how many times today, Vashti, have we heard about the phone calls? Have we heard about the connections? Have we heard about the leveraged political capital? And I'm struck by the macro. Apartheid is bad and sanctions must stay. And the micro, the calling Mandela in his cell, and the personal relationships, and so many people on the Hill. There's, the public thinks there's these grand strategies of this party's going to do that, and if you do not have that personal connection that Ms. May so eloquently talked about with Brian Mulroney, you don't have much. And he clearly understood that, and same with Minister O'Regan, talking about that personal connection that people never forget. And I don't care if it's technology, I don't care if it's a large defense policy, or if you don't have that personal connection, there's not much you can do in this town. And he understood you needed that, and boy, did he have them.
And you know what evidence of that is right in front of us and all Canadians watching right now on the screen, as hundreds, it looks like to me, of dignitaries make their way through the building just behind us. We're sitting across the street from the Great Parliament Hill in downtown Ottawa on a very typical Canadian day. Lots of snow, lots of cold weather. It kept nobody away, however, and those dignitaries will continue making their way through that hall inside this building, and then the doors will open to the public. The family made a very specific decision that they wanted to share this experience with members of the public who have flooded their inboxes with messages over the last few weeks. And so that will be open here in Ottawa, and then it will also be open in Montreal as the body and the casket head there to lie in repose before the state funeral on Saturday. That does it for our special coverage today. Graham, it's been a pleasure to work with you.
Always great to work with you, Vashi.
A big thank you to our colleague, Mike Lecouture, as well. Thank you so much for joining us this morning and into this afternoon. We'll have full coverage of all these events throughout the day here on CTV News Channel. We'll leave you this afternoon with some parting images of the former Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney.
There are wooden ships. There are sailing ships. There are ships that sail.
Tomorrow, my best friend's wedding meets the Silver Linings Playbook. Why you should add Never Been Better to your reading list. Start your morning in the know Wednesday, only on CTV.
Men, are you urinating more often? Are you waking at night to go? Most men will develop symptoms of BPH during their lives, and half of them will have more frequent urges to urinate. Reduce the symptoms of BPH with Super Beta Prostate. It's proven to help you reduce the extra bathroom trips, reduce getting up at night to urinate, and take back control. To reduce the symptoms of BPH, don't wait. Get Super Beta Prostate.
Kids need sports. Jumpstart needs you. So say yes to donating and help families across Canada overcome financial barriers to sport and play. See? Now that's a whole lot to cheer about. Learn more at jumpstart.canadiantire.ca.
Leo's having a hard time hitting that bullseye. Leaving his family unprotected should anything happen to him is throwing him off his game. With North Cover Life Insurance, he'll be so well covered that it would be like he's wearing a parka. And like a parka, North Cover keeps you well protected. Leo, let's give this another shot. With North Cover Life Insurance, take comfort in affordable coverage for whatever life throws at you. Keep your family protected with a cash payout of up to $1.5 million. If you're diagnosed with a terminal illness, you'll receive your benefit up front. And if you're not sure where to start, don't worry. Applying is easy. Expert insurance advisors are a phone call away. They'll help you hit the bullseye on a plan that fits your needs. North Cover, comfort in being protected. Get a quote today. Call 1-833-865-1010 now or visit northcover.ca.
inward hand, hand. Prepare to shoulder, shoulder.
You're watching CTV News Channel on this Tuesday. It's March the 19th. The late Brian Mulroney is lying in state in Ottawa, giving everyone from dignitaries, members of the public, family, friends a chance to say a final farewell to Canada's 18th Prime Minister. Some good economic news today. Canada's inflation rate slowing to 2.8% in the month of February, driven by the unexpected easing of prices at the grocery stores. And a record-setting wildfire season has made Canada the most polluted country in North America. That's the first time it's ever happened in history. Good to have you with us from across the country on this Tuesday. I'm Todd Vanderheyden. Brian Mulroney is now lying in state in Ottawa today. Some live pictures coming in here as his family, including Ben Mulroney, there meeting well-wishers, dignitaries, family, friends, and others. Of course, Ottawa, a capital that Brian Mulroney helped to reshape during his 9 years as Prime Minister. He died on February the 29th at the age of 84. And over the past couple of hours, we have seen politicians of all stripes, dignitaries, former colleagues, friends paying their respects to him and his family, including, of course, his sons, during today's procession. Here's some of what it's looked like.
Outward dress, dress, dress. Prepare to slow march, march. Ins, outs, in.
Mulroney's casket was carried into the Sir John A. Macdonald building by uniformed members of the RCMP and members of his family, including his wife Mila Mulroney, his 4 children and grandchildren, all in attendance. We have been hearing from many voices today on the impact that Mulroney had on our country. Former Governor General David Johnston and former Prime Minister Joe Clark both say Mulroney will be remembered for many things, but also his willingness to reach out to people regardless of their political leanings.
We need his values today very much, beginning with the courtesy, the civility, the kindness. So many instances where he reached out to people who were in sorrow or grief or difficulty, a very genuine way, as was the case with his wife Mila, and crossing party lines. And that civility is a wonderfully important quality today.
His ability to take his substantial talents and apply them with enormous consistency and discipline to trying to make the country a better place.
Joe Clark there, who was, of course, Brian Mulroney's predecessor as leader of the Progressive Conservatives. We're also hearing from former Governor General Michael Jean and South Africa's High Commissioner to Canada, remembering Mulroney for his fight against apartheid in that country.
When we were together at the funeral of Nelson Mandela, because he pleaded a lot for his release from jail, he told me how epic it had been, how he quarreled with Margaret Thatcher, how he did also with Ronald Reagan, saying, you know, to them that they were not doing enough. And the day Nelson Mandela was released on February 11th, 1990, it was a great day for Brian Mulroney, because it was the day he had hoped and pleaded for with the greatest conviction.
At the time, the global world, the United Kingdom, United States of America, were solidly behind the apartheid government. And Mulroney had the courage to speak up for us against apartheid, for the release of Nelson Mandela, for the imposition of sanctions, and it took enormous courage. And that fractured the politics of the world and allowed what we would call in Zulu, vulindlela. It opened the way that led for change in South Africa.
Just a few examples. The current Governor General, Mary Simon, and the Prime Minister also in attendance earlier today. And members of the public can view Mulroney's casket in the capital today and tomorrow. Viewings will be held in Montreal on Thursday and Friday ahead of Saturday's official state funeral. CTV's Mike LeCouture has been part of our team coverage from the capital, speaking to many people, Mike, who wanted to be part of today's events. We're hearing time and again how much of a statesman Brian Mulroney actually was.
a statesman, but also so personal, Todd, and that sort of personality. And I say that in his interaction with people, a number of people that you talk to and say, when he spoke to you, he spoke directly in the eye, and it was as if the whole rest of the room sort of disappeared while he, spoke with you. So interesting that, yes, members of the public allowed to line up here. We're seeing now that some people have, a couple of dozen here on Wellington Street. One of them is Charlotte Kelly. She's here, fourth in line, joining me now. Ms. Kelly, tell me why you decided to come out and pay your respects to the Prime Minister.
Well, part of it is respect. It's respect for him, admiration for him, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful for a lot of the things that he did for us over his time in office. Some of those things weren't all that popular, but I believe in the end he did much of the right things, whether it was appreciated at the time or not.
Yeah. What do you think that his legacy will be for this country?
Oh, wow. Lots of things. Like I think it's, I think about the environment when I think about him, and it's, he was way ahead of his time in terms of acid rain, free trade. To me, those were the two biggest things for us, but he did lots of other things, around apartheid and things that didn't necessarily touch us, but I had respect that he went out of his way to involve himself.
Yeah, and really sort of put Canada on the map in that way.
For sure. Yeah, he was a real statesman. So I think there's lots of things Canadians could be proud of him for.
I appreciate your thoughts and your words,
Okay.
Charlotte Kelly, just one of the members of public, Todd, that will be gathering here. This is open right up until 6 o'clock today, and then, of course, from 9 until 1 tomorrow before, as you'd mentioned, the body of Mr. Mulroney will lie in repose in Montreal ahead of that state funeral on Saturday.
Mike, you cover politics, of course, in Canada and have for many years. You know the cut and thrust that often goes on that hill behind you. Mulroney, often talked about by his adversaries as somebody who respected, all sorts of political rivals, whether they were from the Liberals or the NDP, even as the Bloc Québécois broke away from the Progressive Conservatives, in the early 90s as well. Just sort of understanding that people can have different perspectives, but they're all trying to make, in their own way, their country a better place.
Yeah, and we saw that yesterday, the tributes in the House of Commons. Louis Plamondon, who was elected as a member of the Progressive Conservatives with Brian Mulroney, served with him in those benches. He was the one who rose yesterday to give that tribute in the House of Commons, talking about not only Brian Mulroney's love for Canada, but also of Quebec, being that native of Baie-Comeau was. But even when you talk to other people like former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, who said Brian Mulroney was the type of person that understood the game of politics, and that you could, like a hockey game, go to battle with him during the game on the ice, but then afterwards go for a beer with him as well. And the last one that I'll share with you is Bob Rae, who at the time NDP premier of this province, said that when he was first elected premier, one of the first calls he got was from then Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, congratulating him and knowing that they'd have to work together, and even though they didn't see eye to eye on some things, that he understood, Brian Mulroney did, that you had to put partisanship aside and make sure that you got down and did the work for the people.
CTV's Mike Lecouture right near Parliament Hill as we continue our special coverage here. Brian Mulroney lying in state today in the capital. Thank you for this, Mike.
Thanks, Todd.
And a programming note, we will have special coverage of Brian Mulroney's state funeral on Saturday, starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. It will be led by our chief anchor here at CTV News, Omar Sajidina, and our chief political correspondent as well, Vashi Kapelos. That'll be live on CTV with us right here at CTV News Channel and streaming at ctvnews.ca. And we should point out the event going on in Ottawa will be open to the public coming up. There continues to be dignitaries and friends there, and we will have ongoing coverage throughout the day. There is some good news on the economy to tell you about. Canada's inflation rate slowly rose in February, but it slowed down. Stats Can reports the consumer price index rose by 2.8% on a year-over-year basis. That's down from an increase of 2.9% in January. Canadians paid less for things like cellular services, while prices for groceries increased at a slower rate, first time since October of 2021. Canadians are paying more for gasoline, with prices at the pumps rising by 0.8% compared to a 4% decline in the month of January. So what does it all mean? To break it down, let's bring in David McDonald, senior economist at the Centre for Policy Alternatives. Good to see you, David. As always, thanks for your time.
Sure thing. Thanks for having me.
Surprised or not, your reaction from this report?
Well, it's certainly good news. The Bank of Canada was looking for inflation to be actually slightly above 3% for basically the first half of the year. We've seen these 2 months now slightly below 3%. I think this probably bodes fairly well for a decrease in interest rates, maybe in the June decision. The next decision is actually in about 20 days. I think that might be a bit early. But certainly the early June decision might be a time where we'd start to see rates decrease. Certainly we're seeing positive, certainly a positive indication on the general inflation rate. The other thing I think that might be even more important is some important declines on the rate that the Bank of Canada follows more closely. They have these two core measures that they follow, and those are closing in now on 3%. They're just above 3%, and so if we were to see those dip below 3%, I think that would provide even more room for the Bank of Canada to see a rate cut in June.
What does it mean for people watching at home, David?
Well, what's interesting now is that the big drivers of inflation, above 2%, which is the target, are actually mortgage interest costs and rent. If you take just those two pieces out of the index, inflation is at 1.6%. And so just those two pieces are some of the key drivers of inflation staying above the 2% target. And those two key drivers are directly related to interest rates. And so insofar as interest rates are lower, we'd see decreases in both of those mortgage interest costs as well as rent. And so the sooner we see rate cuts, the sooner we'll see inflation come down even further because of the importance of those two measures. If we look at other things like the price of food, for instance, there were 3 months at this point last year, November, December, and January, where we saw particularly large jumps in food prices. Those are out of the series. We have to remember the series, the headline rate we look at is 12 months. Those are in the 13th, 14th, and 15th month. And so once you kick them out of the average, then you see the average come down. And that's exactly what we saw this month. And that's part of the reason why we're seeing slightly lower inflation. Gas prices are more volatile. In some other areas, look at clothing, we look at footwear, we look at things like jewelry or marijuana. Those are all areas where we're actually seeing prices fall year to year. And so outside of these interest-sensitive categories, inflation is a fair amount lower and actually has been for some time since the fall. It's really these interest-sensitive pieces that are keeping inflation at well above the 2% target, which is what the bank wants to see.
David McDonald joining us, senior economist with the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. Always good to see you, David. Thank you for this today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, in a moment for us, the wildfires that raged across our country last year, pushing Canada's air quality into unseen territory. We're going to have the results of a new report on global air quality. Canada had the worst in North America in 2023. More in a moment.
Sullivan's Crossing, new season, Sunday, April 14th on CTV.
If you don't have group health benefits at work, are self-employed, freelancing, or retiring soon, how can you protect yourself from continually rising healthcare costs not covered by your government health insurance? With Sure Health from Green Shield Canada.
Working freelance? I love knowing that my Sure Health plan helps to protect me and my family from a lot of routine medical expenses.
Like prescription drugs, dental care, and vision care.
And many unexpected expenses I could face being self-employed if I have an accident or get a serious illness.
Like physiotherapists, chiropractors, home care, emergency medical travel expenses, and more.
All Sure Health plans also include online digital mental health services from Inkblot.
Plus, with Sure Health, you can submit your claims online and have the payments deposited directly to your bank account.
And I really appreciate that my Sure Health plan is affordable.
While some plans require answering a few health questions, for most, your acceptance is guaranteed, with no health exam and no medical questions when you apply.
Healthcare costs are rising. Why not protect yourself and your family from many routine and unexpected healthcare costs not covered by your government health plan?
Like prescription drugs, dental care, vision care, physiotherapists, chiropractors, emergency medical travel expenses, and more. And remember, this is lifetime protection that won't be canceled regardless of your age or health, as long as payments are made. If you're self-employed, don't have health coverage at work, are recently retired, or retiring soon, get Sure Health now and protect yourself and your family from rising healthcare costs not covered by your government health plan. Don't delay. Visit surehealth.ca now or call 1-844-230-7873 for your free personalized Sure Health info package.
For the first time in history, Canada was the most polluted country in North America last year. That finding coming from the 2023 World Air Quality Report. It found that 13 of the continent's most polluted cities were in Canada, thanks in large part to extensive wildfires that raged in our country from May right through to October. According to the air quality technology company IQ Air, the monthly average of fine particulate levels in May surged almost ninefold in Alberta compared to the same period in 2022. Two cities in Alberta, Fort McMurray and Peace River, as well as Yellowknife to the north and Northwest Territories, the three top most polluted cities in North America, rates well above 20. That is well above the World Health Organization's recommended level. Gloria Delphin-Hamas is my guest. She's the CEO of IQ Air's North American division, joining us today from Los Angeles. Thanks for taking the time, Gloria. Much appreciated. The takeaway here.
Oh, great. Thanks for having me. This is really just a very unusual year that we've had since we've been delivering this report, that Canada is actually having more higher levels of air pollution than the United States. So this is quite unusual for us as well.
Yeah, tell me as well about how Canada usually does. Usually we are, far better, correct?
Absolutely. So usually the top 15 northern American cities are actually U.S. cities with the most air pollution. So our top 13 cities are all Canadian cities and mainly within Alberta due to the wildfires.
Yeah, talk to me about the impact the wildfires have had. And I know that, your group studies the fine particulate in the air and sort of the takeaway of how a wildfire can have that sort of impact on air quality, it's sort of this massive impact on air quality, Glory.
Yeah, that's really the big story within Northern America, is that the wildfires essentially were burning out of control just for so long that it provided first we've made headway with regards to transportation, and we've made headway with regards to the burning of fossil fuels that create much of the PM 2.5. However, all of that headway that we made was basically negated by the air pollution, all coming from the wildfires. So although we did well on one end, it's really the wildfires overall that really bit us in the end when it comes to air quality.
The other thing I'm curious about is we continue to hear, Glory, that wildfires are here to stay in our country. In fact, there are some that burned right through the wintertime, which is also pretty unprecedented. And that this year, 2024, we could see equally, bad wildfires in certain parts of the country. Your thoughts on what that might mean for air quality in Canada?
Well, we're actually going through a very different stage right now in which we have to really accept that climate change is here to stay. And that's really the reason why there are more frequent wildfires, and our wildfire season is actually getting longer. So what they're doing, I'm not sure if you're aware, the state of Washington in the U.S., they actually introduce very early detection and also early response to wildfires. This was able to help them, but I think overall what we do need to do is we need to accept that we are in really in this stage of climate change, and that we need to adapt and we need to do more with regards to technology, like the state of Washington for early detection and early response to wildfires, so that they don't burn out of control, because the science is saying that they are going to be here to stay. They are unfortunately more frequent, and the wildfire season is actually longer, and we've got to make that pivot and make that adjustment so that we can essentially do what we need to do.
Yeah, well said. Appreciate you taking the time, Glory, to come on our program here in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glory Delphin-Hammes is with IQ Air's North American Division, Canada, worst air quality in North America last year. All right, it is official. 2023 was also the warmest year on record. That's according to a new report from the World Meteorological Organization. It says records were broken across the planet for greenhouse gas levels, surface temperatures, ocean heat, sea level rise, and the retreat of glaciers in 2023. A mix of heat waves, floods, droughts, wildfires, and intense tropical cyclones were noted in the report specifically as the source of billions of dollars in economic losses. The Secretary General of the United Nations saying the report is an indication that the planet is currently issuing a big distress call.
Some records are just chart-topping, they are chart-busting, and changes are speeding up. Sea level rises are accelerating, threatening coastal communities. And last September, Antarctic sea ice was 1 million square kilometers smaller than the previous record low for the time of year. That's an area almost 25 times the size of Switzerland. The impact of all these is stark, brutal, and accelerating with a deadly force.
The report showed the global temperature rose to 15.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels last year. Scientists are now warning that 2024 could be even worse. All right, after the break, amid royal rumors and photo scandals, I tell you that Princess Kate's finally been spotted for the first time in months. That coming up when we come back. Stay with us.
A new episode of Grey's Anatomy, Thursday at 9:10 Mountain on CTV.
No one sets out to become a refugee. One moment you're in the comfort of your home, like you are now. The next, you must decide. Stay amidst danger or leave for a chance to find safety. Right now, there are more people displaced in the world than ever before. Please donate now to help UNHCR deploy tents, blankets, kitchen sets, and money for essentials. Giving says, we are with you in this time of need. Please, go to helprefugeesnow.ca today.
You know daily fiber is important, but traditional products? Restore Fiber is fiber made fun, supporting regularity with naturally sourced prebiotic fiber in a delicious, convenient gummy and 6 tasty fruit flavors. Choose Restore Fiber Daily Gummies.
Want some coffee, mate?
Coffee would be great. Thanks, mate.
How about some coffee, mate?
Coffee, mate.
Coffee, mate?
I already said I want some coffee, mate.
I meant you want some coffee, mate.
Oh, I'd love some coffee, mate, with my coffee, mate.
Mate?
Mate? Oh, crikey, that's rich and creamy coffee, mate.
I'm a simple man, but now that I'm in my 50s, sometimes I feel like I don't have a lot of choices. But one thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything happens to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice. How can I help?
I'd like a quick quote, please.
If you're a Canadian resident aged 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
Wow, that kind of money would make a real difference.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, that's great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it would be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. And now that that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
Senior's Choice are the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-838-8422 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Well, the swirling controversy about Princess Kate's whereabouts might finally be coming to an end. Some new video of her appears to have surfaced. The Princess of Wales was seen walking, carrying shopping bags at a farm in Windsor near the family home. Prince William also joining in on that trip. Kate hasn't been seen in public since her hospital visit in January for abdominal surgery, despite a few blurry and later manipulated pictures coming out. It's led to public stirring and massive speculation, rumors on social media.
I would just expect her to be spotted at some point because obviously she's recovering from her surgery.
Yeah, it'd be great to see her back in the public and showing her face, and so everybody knows that she's doing fine, she's healthy and hopefully back serving us as we hope she will be soon.
Meantime, Prince William made an appearance at several housing initiatives in the UK today. It was to promote his homelessness and housing insecurity project. As you can see, Princess Kate was not in attendance. The International Labour Organization is saying the private economy generates $236 billion each and every year in illegal profits from forced labor. The report shows a 37% increase in the illicit gains between the years 2014 and 2021. It goes on to estimate that traffickers, criminals are earning close to $10,000 per victim. The organization defines forced labor as, quote, work extracted under the menace of penalty and for which people do not offer themselves up voluntarily. And the Bank of Japan has raised interest rates for the first time in 17 years, marking an historic shift away from 2016 when the bank cut the rate to try and stimulate that country's stagnating economy. Rates received a modest raise to somewhere between 0 and 0.1%. The hike means there are no longer any countries left with negative interest rates. When negative rates are implemented, people have to pay to deposit money in a bank, so it's been used as a way of encouraging people to spend their money rather than putting it into a bank account. In a moment for us, our top story, an outpouring of respect today for the late Brian Mulroney. Dignitaries, former colleagues, family, friends, and soon members of the public paying their respects. We're going to have the very latest from the Capitol when we come back, right here on CTV News Channel.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back and better than ever. Enjoy Canada's favorite rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our famous fish and chips, new fish sandwich, or our new popcorn shrimp appetizer. Starting from only $16.99. Hurry in to Swiss Chalet.
You might not know how to prevent calcium buildup, but we do.
All fixed.
For about $1 a day, count on Reliance to solve your hard water issues.
Call on Reliance.
This is what your ear looks like, filled with wax. Here's a cotton swab. Watch. It just pushes the wax in. Now here's Whoosh, the new, safe, and effective way to clean your ears. Just whoosh the wax out. That's insane. The triple stream safely clears dirt and wax buildup. It feels incredible. Get 15% off and free shipping at whoosh.ca.
Leo's having a hard time hitting that bullseye. Leaving his family unprotected should anything happen to him is throwing him off his game. With North Cover Life Insurance, he'll be so well covered that it would be like he's wearing a parka. And like a parka, North Cover keeps you well protected. Leo, let's give this another shot. With North Cover Life Insurance, take comfort in affordable coverage for whatever life throws at you. Keep your family protected with a cash payout of up to $1.5 million. If you're diagnosed with a terminal illness, you'll receive your benefit up front. And if you're not sure where to start, don't worry. Applying is easy. Expert insurance advisors are a phone call away. They'll help you hit the bullseye on a plan that fits your needs. North Cover, comfort in being protected. Get a quote today. Call 1-833-865-1010 now or visit northcover.ca.
No amount of studying can guarantee a gambling win. Find tips for safer play at gamblingisrandom.ca.
This is CTV News Channel. Live pictures coming in right now from Ottawa. Brian Mulroney is lying in state in the capital today, capital of a country that he really helped to reshape during those 9 years as Prime Minister from 1984 right through to 1993. Brian Mulroney died at the age of 84 on the 29th of February. And over the last three and a half hours or so, we have just seen a steady stream of family, friends, former colleagues, politicians, dignitaries, ambassadors, you name it, coming to this event to pay their respects during the procession today. His wife, Mila Mulroney, his 4 children, many grandchildren are also in attendance. And we have been talking to a lot of different people today about the impact that Mulroney had on our country, including both Canada's former Governor General, David Johnston, and the former Prime Minister, Joe Clark, who both say Mulroney will be remembered for many things, but mostly for his willingness to reach out to others, regardless of whatever their political leanings might have been. Listen to this.
We need his values today very much, beginning with the courtesy, the civility, the kindness. So many instances where he reached out to people who are in sorrow or grief or difficulty, in a very genuine way, as was the case with his wife Mila, and crossing party lines. And that civility is a wonderfully important quality today.
His ability to take his substantial talents and apply them with enormous consistency and discipline to trying to make the country a better place.
Of course, Joe Clark was Brian Mulroney's predecessor as leader of the Progressive Conservatives. Current Governor General Mary Simon, there she is, and as well as Justin Trudeau were in attendance today. Members of the public will be able to view his casket in Ottawa today and tomorrow. Viewings will be held in Montreal Thursday and Friday. And then, of course, there is the official state funeral in Montreal on Saturday. Let's bring in CTV political commentator Scott Reid with your thoughts today, Scott, on what we're seeing in the Capitol.
Well, it really truly is remarkable. We don't see many of these state funerals, and an event with this much protocol and celebration and circumstance and pomp and all of that. And, you know, it's just, as you said earlier, it's an explosion of praise and people remembering the effect that he had, the mark he left, the legacy that he built. And I just want to emphasize this and how remarkable this is, because I'm a political hack, Todd. That's where I come from, pure politics. And to see Joe Clark, you know, a man who won the leadership against Brian Mulroney in 1976, who quarreled with him, you know, for the leadership in 81 and 83, then served in his cabinet, then became a colleague of his and a compatriot. And you hear the sincerity of his praise for Brian Mulroney. I mean, there's a real quality that is attested to there, that Brian Mulroney could take somebody who had been a rival and that they could work so closely together and to do so in a way where they really genuinely came to like one another and achieve so much. That relationship could have fallen into, you know, tears and bitterness, and it did not. And that tells you something about Brian Mulroney. It tells you a great deal about Brian Mulroney.
Yeah, and also, you know, the fact that Joe Clark, later Mulroney, you know, leading the Progressive Conservative Party, you know, arguably a very different kind of conservative party than we have now. But, you know, you hear time and again about the efforts that Mulroney made on the environment, Scott, and how he was a, you know, trendsetter, really a pathfinder when it came to that sort of thing. And, you know, just a different kind of conservative perhaps than people are used to in 2024.
I think that's right. But, you know, fundamentally, he was a pragmatist, not a populist. And that's the most important thing. You know, people can, you know, try to, you know, slice and dice the political spectrum and talk about, you know, personal values and the personal qualities of our political leaders versus those of today. But he was a pragmatist. And so he wanted his party to be positioned in the middle where he could capture the most votes. And he took a pragmatic approach to critical issues. So when you mentioned the environment as an example, yeah, he moved on environmental issues, you know, well before many people had really introduced them as a hot topic. He recruited Lucien Bouchard into public life, made him environment minister, one of his most trusted advisors at the time, one of his oldest friends, and then he became one of his most senior advisors and ministers. And of course, Mulroney exerted his personal charm, his personal diplomatic skill in working with Ronald Reagan to achieve the Acid Rain Treaty, which Reagan was not necessarily, certainly Reagan's administration was not inclined to do so. And it's yet another example of how Mulroney saw the moment when a personal intervention on his part could turn things. And he turned Ronald Reagan. And as a consequence, Reagan instructed his own administration to move forward with the Acid Rain Treaty. That was all Brian Mulroney. Just the charm, the wit, the smarts, and the skill of the man.
We're just watching different people talking to Mila Mulroney, Caroline Mulroney, and some of Brian Mulroney's sons as well, including Ben. The fact that we saw Erin O'Toole and other conservatives there as well, talking a number of times in the past couple of days, Scott, about how Brian Mulroney would reach out to them and give them advice as they tried to steer, the party through what were very choppy waters, certainly for Erin O'Toole and Andrew Scheer and others, and sort of his willingness to be there for them as kind of an elder statesman and sort of a counselor, a mentor of sorts.
Well, who better to learn politics from? Who better to seek political counsel from than a guy who won the largest political majority in history? A guy who was able to take premiers from Western Canada, knit them together with what was then called the Big Blue Machine of the Ontario Conservatives, the Queen's Park Conservatives, and strike an effective bargain with the Péquiste machine in Quebec under René Lévesque. Put all of those things together and build a nationwide coalition, a new coalition for what was then the Progressive Conservative Party, and win the largest number of seats in Canadian political history. So, yeah, I would think that if I was newly installed leading a political party, a conservative, liberal, new Democrat, orange, green, pink, polka dot, he'd be the first guy I'd want to talk to because he knew a little bit about how to put these things together and to make the engine purr.
We have talked in the past, Scott, and we will be continuing to talk throughout the week about how Brian Mulroney believed in big things, big ideas, big projects. Do you think we will see that sort of thing again from a Canadian Prime Minister? And I don't want to cast aspersions on any current or former Prime Ministers that came after Brian Mulroney, but, that sort of nation building that we saw from Brian Mulroney.
Well, I think it's a really important point. I mean, you can talk about the legacy of a large number of our prime ministers, and that indisputably his has permanence. Like his biggest accomplishments didn't get wiped away by whoever followed in his footsteps. It wasn't a temporary political achievement. You think about reforming the tax system. You think about constitutional change. You think about free trade with the United States. These are big, fundamental structural changes that by definition are sustaining and permanent. So that's the kind of record he built. And what did it require? It required risk. So if your question is, will we see those kinds of things? Do we see those kinds of political leaders? We see political leaders take risks these days. And we see political leaders aspire to make fundamental and structural change. We do. But I got to tell you, and I'll reach back into my own personal experience as a political advisor, almost everything about modern day politics is built around the notion of risk management. It's really permeated the practice and the approach to politics. Make certain that you don't take too big a risk, that you are always serving your own political base. Then try to inch out and gain some favor with the small number of people who might be persuaded to incrementally come to your side. What is the net effect of that? The net effect of that is incrementalism. It is a caution. It baked into our modern politics, this notion of risk management, surrounded by advisors who say, well, let's not take too big a cut. Let's not build expectations lest we fall short. Again, I'll go back to it. Tax reform, NAFTA. You take a look at constitutional change, and yes, Meach failed, and yes, Charlottetown was voted down. But these were big risks that he took, and he was willing to take them, and he knew that they would extract political pain. But as his favorite saying is always gets repeated, right? There's no point in harboring and holding on to your political capital. It's there to be spent, and he spent political capital by taking risks in a way that is not as common these days.
Yeah, we're just looking at Catherine McKenna, as you know, former Liberal Environment Minister, and I believe David Lametti, former Justice Minister in the Trudeau government, is there as well, talking to Mulroney's children. One other question I've got for you is, and you just touched on it a moment ago, but to a certain extent, this notion of I'm going to take risks and I'm not going to be popular. Some people are not going to like it, but it's what's good for Canada. And so it's not about trying to be up in the political polls. It's not about focus grouping everything and figuring this out. It's just like, look, we need to bring in the GST. I know it's going to make me very unpopular. I mean, Scott, I remember, those stickers that were around in the 80s, high I tax books for him. Yes. And his, Michael Wilson, his finance minister at the time. They took a real hit for stuff like that. And of course, yeah, the idea of trying to bring Quebec in, it blew up in their face to a certain extent and led to the creation of the Bloc Québécois, which we still have to this day. But that it wasn't always about what's the right thing to do versus what's the popular thing to do. It was sort of like, look, we're going to do the right thing.
Well, I would say this. All prime ministers convince themselves, absolutely fundamentally convince themselves, that their decisions aren't just in their political interest, but that they're in the public interest of the country. So that is not uncommon. What is uncommon is to be able to take decisions that were unpopular, that held such fundamental political risk, such core political risk, like the GST. I mean, we're seeing right now with the carbon tax, the risks that come with fiddling with the tax system and imposing taxes on people. You see how difficult that is. What was unusual about Mulroney was that he was not only willing to take those risks, but he combined with it a political skill and a set of political talents where he could pull it off. Now, again, he didn't bat 1,000, but he had a pretty good record at the plate. He won the largest majority in Canadian history. He won re-election. He battled it out over free trade. He introduced the GST. He took not one but two cuts of constitutional change. And by the way, for those who say, well, he failed on constitutional change, the signature initiative there was to have Quebec recognized as a distinct society within the family of Canada. And that is now orthodox. That is now a recognized thing. The House of Commons passed a resolution, every member of every party agreeing that Quebec should be so seen. And so I would say that in the end, even there, where he paid a political price and he bore some political scars, the correctness of his course was demonstrated.
Scott Reed, CTV News political commentator, helping us quarterback our coverage today and will be throughout the week, including on the weekend as well. Good to see you, Scott. Much appreciated.
Thanks, Todd. Have a great day.
And just a reminder, what we're showing you here, these are live pictures coming in from Ottawa, where all sorts of former politicians, Catherine McKenna right there, who served as Canada's Environment Minister, David Lametti behind her, former Justice Minister for the Liberal government, talking to Brian Mulroney's children, Ben Mulroney, his other sons, his daughter, Mila Mulroney is there paying tribute to the former Prime Minister who died on February the 29th at the age of 84, and just remembering the kind of politician he was. And a programming note, we will have special coverage of Brian Mulroney's state funeral on Saturday, starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. It'll be led by our chief news anchor here at CTV, Omar Sachedina, and our chief political correspondent, Bashi Kapelos. That'll be live on the main CTV channel, with us right here on CTV News Channel, and streaming at ctvnews.ca. And we'll bring you ongoing coverage of what's happening in Ottawa throughout the day. We've also confirmed that a former Ontario Attorney General, Roy McMurtry, has died at the age of 91. McMurtry was a progressive conservative member of Ontario's legislature from 1975 to 85. He served in the cabinet of then Premier Bill Davis as Attorney General and Solicitor General. And in 1981, he played a major role in brokering the deal that did achieve the patriation of the Canadian Constitution and the creation of Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Unifor, the union that represents thousands of telecommunication workers at BCE and its subsidiaries, is demanding answers following Bell's recent decision to cut 4,800 jobs. The cuts affect about 800 Unifor members, and the national president spoke ahead of a rally held in Ottawa.
We demand to know why Bell and the BCE Board of Directors slashed 6,000 jobs in a matter of months. We demand to know why Bell and the BCE Board of Directors paid out its highest ever dividends to shareholders while axing thousands of jobs. We demand to know why Bell is moving telecommunication jobs out of Canada to low-wage countries. We demand to know why Bell has decimated newsrooms and local and national news programs across this country.
Executives from Bell Canada Enterprises, BCE, were set to testify before a standing committee on Canadian heritage, which wanted answers, but that appearance has now been delayed twice. Bell Media is the parent company of us here at CTV News. Public Health in Toronto is warning about a spike in opioid overdose-related deaths. Paramedics responding to 6 suspected overdose deaths in just 4 days earlier this month. That's triple the average seen over any 4-day period in the past 3 months. It comes after 2 high-potency synthetic painkillers were recently found in Toronto's unregulated drug supply. The new drugs are a type of opioid and were detected in drug samples that was collected by Toronto's drug checking service. In a moment for us, a heavily amended NDP motion passing in the House of Commons late last night I'll tell you what it means on the issue of the Middle East, Gaza, and whether to recognize Palestinian statehood. Stay with us.
Let's get to work. Come on. What the?
It's odd how, in an instant, things can transform. Slipping out of balance into free fall.
The stock market is now down 23%.
This is happening, people.
Where there are so few certainties
Look around. You deserve it.
as we navigate a future unknown. I'm glad I found stability amidst it all. Gold. Standing the test of time.
Canada has one of the best backyards in the world. Don't let allergies prevent you from breathing it all in. Get relief fast. Reactin acts fast to relieve allergy symptoms and lasts 24 hours. Breathe it all in with Reactin.
Hey there. Meet a few home equity bank customers. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
We're talking today about how big changes in the world are affecting retirement plans. Now, what I'm learning is that thanks to CHIP, Canadian homeowners age 55 and better are able to retire in their own home and have the freedom to live the secure retirement that they deserve. Did I get that right?
Right, Kurt.
If you're 55 or older, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-866-415-2447 for your free, no-obligation guide.
In a changing world, you can rely on the stability and experience of CHIP. All right, guys, where were we?
For your free guide, call 1-866-415-2447. That's 1-866-415-CHIP or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
Welcome back to CTV News Channel. I'm Todd Vanderheyden. An NDP motion that initially called on Canada to recognize the, quote, state of Palestine passed late last night, but it passed after the Trudeau Liberals drastically altered its wording. The NDP had said it was time for Canada to stand up and help the peace process, but the motion, highly controversial for some. No G7 country currently recognizes Palestinian statehood. CTV's Scott Hurst is standing by in our national newsroom with more on what happened here, Scott, and why it is so politically contentious for the government.
Todd, a highly changed resolution, significantly altered, yet the NDP are still calling it a win. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh saying it forced the Liberal government to go in a direction that it otherwise wouldn't have done so. This non-binding yet highly symbolic resolution calling on the government to recognize Palestinian statehood. As you mentioned, no G7 nation currently recognizes the state of Palestine. And so this motion was highly contentious, and there were several 11th hour amendments, a significant number of amendments, as you mentioned, really altered the main wording of this original amendment. And the key point was this: the original motion called on the government to, quote, officially recognize the state of Palestine. But in the end, it ended up saying, calling on the government to continue to work with international partners to pursue the goal of lasting peace in the Middle East, including working towards a two-state solution, having the two-state resolution. It appeared early on that this original motion wasn't going to pass. We heard from Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly saying they weren't going to change foreign policy based on an opposition motion. Here's more from Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly.
This is clearly the intent of this government to make sure that we follow what is written in this motion. And that is why we've worked very hard to make sure that we could get to a text where we could abide by it.
So, Todd, ultimately, the final wording was more in line with the government's current stance, and it ultimately passed 204 to 117, with the NDP voting all in favor, most Liberals voting in favor, along with the Bloc Québécois and Green Party as well. All Conservatives voted against it, along with a few Liberal MPs breaking rank and voting against the resolution, Todd.
What's the reaction, Scott?
The reaction has been swift this morning, as you might expect. We're hearing from many Jewish advocacy groups that are basically saying this isn't just a slap in the face for our allies. It is a slap in the face for Jewish Canadians. B'nai B'rith Canada putting out a statement saying it's outraged by the House of Commons decision to adopt an unprecedented and what it calls an appalling anti-Israel proposal. We're also, on the other hand, hearing from the National Council of Canadian Muslims basically applauding the NDP putting forward this motion, saying that they recognize that many in the community would have liked the original motion to stay fully together, but they appreciate the effort that the NDP put forward, tabling the motion and continuing to work to recognize a Palestinian statehood, Todd.
Scott Hurst with the latest. Good to see you.
Thanks so much. You too.
All right, in a moment for us, the latest coming up from Calgary, where they're getting ready for their stampede. And local businesses are already telling us it's nothing like they've ever seen before, which is a good sign. There's a booking boom going on. I'll have that in more when we come back.
If it happens here or around the world, trust CTV News Channel to deliver live, breaking, 24 hours a day. Download the CTV News app or stream anytime at ctvnews.ca.
Sullivan's Crossing, new season, Sunday, April 14th on CTV.
Welcome to the Waverhood.
The Wayfair vibe at our place is Western.
My thing, darling, shine.
Gardening.
Some of us go for the dramatic.
How didn't I know Wayfair had vanities in tile?
This? Yeah. Do you have any ottomans without legs? Sean, you'll flip for the poop cart. In the Waverhood, there's a place for all of us.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
What's next in pain relief? Salon Pus Roll-On and Cream, the only products with 2 clinically studied anesthetics, lidocaine and benzyl alcohol. Salon Pus starts to work on contact to numb pain away. Salon Pus, it's good medicine.
You already brush, but dentists recommend adding a Waterpik water flosser to your routine. Pulsating water cleans deep to remove up to 99.9% of plaque from treated areas. And the 360-degree rotating tip cleans hard-to-reach places. Trust the #1 water flosser brand, Waterpik.
Kevin and Sarah have one of the world's largest collections of souvenir plates. They also have a teenager, so they got their plates insured. But they don't have life insurance. Kevin's worried his diabetes will make it hard to qualify, and Sarah does not like medical exams. So we got them some new plates to tell them about Canada Protection Plan. Canada Protection Plan has solutions for both the healthy and hard to insure, with no needles or medical exams required on most plans. You'll get great coverage at a price you'll love, and there are no payments in your first month. Anybody between 18 and 80 can apply. And there are great member benefits, including rewards for active living and giving back. As part of the Foresters family, your coverage is backed by our excellent financial strength. Contact your advisor or call now to get a no-obligation quote in minutes. Canada Protection Plan, protecting what matters most, you.
Oh, this is interesting. A new national survey shows more Canadians are buying cannabis from the legal market. This is a survey done by Statistics Canada showing 7 in 10 consumers exclusively bought their cannabis from legal sources, and most of them said they did so due to product safety as well as convenience. The study also found that the most commonly used products were either dried leaf or flower, as well as cannabis edibles, with more women using the edibles than men. More than 2,200 young adults and more than 5,000 adults over the age of 25 were surveyed as part of the larger study. It isn't officially spring yet, but a lot of people in the city of Calgary and the rest of Canada looking ahead to the summer, in particular, one of the summer's biggest parties. CTV's Terry Fikowski has more on the early preparations for the Calgary Stampede.
The Calgary Stampede set its second highest ever attendance in 2023, just shy of 1.4 million visitors, and could be on track to beat that record this summer if the recent boom in bookings is any indication.
It's been crazy. I mean, we're in business since '97. This is the busiest that we've seen it so earlier on in the season.
The event group puts on parties ranging from 400 to 4,000 guests, and its calendar is already nearly full for the 10-day Stampede stretch. Helping to feed those big parties is Jessica Martinez, whose catering company has been fully booked since January.
So it's not just caterers in general having capacity. It's making sure we have the amount of rentals available from our rental companies. Our bar team is going to have availability. Do we have enough decor? Do we have enough transportation? Do we have enough staff?
Similarly, Bottle Screw Bill's, always a popular Stampede stop, had reservations coming in as early as December, most local.
We've got quite a few bookings, more than 2023. Yeah, oil and gas, legal, tech. Most of the tourism and stuff will come later.
As inflation costs have shut down other festivals, such as Just for Laughs in Toronto and Ribfest in Saskatoon, Calgary's bucking the trend, thanks in part to a return of travel post-pandemic and a fast-growing population.
We've seen a very, very strong rebound from an event perspective, and we saw a bump in the tourism numbers overall for the market for Calgary in 2023 and have seen strong trends in 2024.
Businesses are hoping to ride Stampede's success throughout the year, with 8.7 million visitors forecasted to come to Calgary in 2024, up from 8.4 last year, bringing $3.2 billion in economic impact.
We can always look at Stampede and see as that as barometer for the rest of the year and how things are going to play out. We're looking down to Christmas, and our Christmas venues are all booked up.
Terry Fikowski, CTV News, Calgary.
Well, it's one of the most famous spaceships from the world of sci-fi. The Millennium Falcon from Star Wars has now been immortalized on a collectible coin issued by the Royal Mint in the United Kingdom. The Falcon is the first in a new 4-coin series dedicated to Star Wars vehicles. The coin tilts in the light to reveal a silhouette of the Millennium Falcon and the Rebel Alliance Starbird symbol. The other coins in the Mint's Star Wars series will depict the TIE Fighter, of course, for the Empire, the X-Wing, and the Death Star as well. Okay, in a moment for us, back to our top story today. Mila Mulroney and members of the Mulroney family in Ottawa. Hearing from dignitaries, friends, former colleagues of her late husband, Brian Mulroney, who passed away at the age of 84. The state funeral is coming up on Saturday for him as we continue to honor his life and legacy. We'll be right back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Tomorrow, my best friend's wedding meets the Silver Linings Playbook. Why you should add Never Been Better to your reading list. Start your morning in the know Wednesday, only on CTV.
A premium gaming experience that defies expectations. Critics and players agree North Star Bets is a win, and absolutely shocking. North Star Bets, now playing.
This thing isn't getting any better.
And it won't get better. It's a nail fungus infection.
On top of that, it looks gross.
And it can spread to other people. It's contagious. You need a prescription.
Ask your doctor or foot care practitioner about prescription treatments that can be applied to the nail.
In here, you can expect to find crystal clear audio, expansive display space, endless entertainment, and more comfort for everyone. But even with all that, we still left room for all the unpredictability, spontaneity, and unexpected things you'll find out here. Jeep Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV ever.
Canada has one of the best backyards in the world. Don't let allergies prevent you from breathing it all in. Get relief fast. Reactin acts fast to relieve allergy symptoms and lasts 24 hours. Breathe it all in with Reactin.
Do you have a Canada Emergency Business Account loan, but were not able to secure refinancing from your financial institution? There's no need to worry. If you previously applied for refinancing, you have until March 28, 2024 to take advantage of Merchant Growth's SIBO refinance program. Apply today, qualify in minutes, and experience a seamless process to secure up to $20,000 in government loan forgiveness. Join a growing community of small businesses who have successfully refinanced their SIBO loans with Merchant Growth. Apply online today at SIBOrefinance.ca.
For the latest hits.
My name is Willy Wonka.
And this year's Oscar nominees.
This is unbelievable.
There's only one place to stream. Crave. Plans starting at $9.99 a month.
Prepare to inward hand, hand. Prepare to shoulder, shoulder.
The late Brian Mulroney lying in state today in Ottawa, giving everyone from dignitaries, former politicians, colleagues, and soon members of the public a chance to say farewell to Canada's 18th Prime Minister.
The people of Gaza are facing unspeakable violence. Thousands of children have been killed, and vital supplies.
After a day-long debate, the NDP's motion calling on Canada to recognize the state of Palestine passing in the House of Commons, but the Liberals made many alterations to the original motion.
The science is saying that they are going to be here to stay.
And Canada's record-setting wildfire season has made us the most polluted country in North America for the first time in history. Good to have you with us from across the country. I'm Todd Vander Hayden. Former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney is now lying in state in Ottawa today, where dignitaries, former colleagues of his, politicians, past and present, and soon members of the public will get an opportunity to pay their respects to our country's 18th Prime Minister. Here's a bit of what it looked like this morning in Ottawa.
Prepare for outward dress, dress, dress. Prepare to slow march, march. Ins, outs, ins, outs, in.
Mulroney's casket being carried in to the Sir John A. Macdonald building in the capital by members of the RCMP. Members of his family, including his wife Mila Mulroney, his 4 children and grandchildren, all in attendance, and they are still there right now. We heard from a number of different people today, and we will continue to do so. That includes one of Canada's former Governor Generals, David Johnston, who says Brian Mulroney will be remembered for a lot of different things, but that includes his willingness to reach out to people from all different kinds of political leanings.
We need his values today very much, beginning with the courtesy, the civility, the kindness. So many instances where he reached out to people who were sorrow or grief or difficulty in a very genuine way, as was the case with his wife Mila, and crossing party lines. And that civility is a wonderfully important quality today.
His ability to take his substantial talents and apply them with enormous consistency and discipline to trying to make the country a better place.
Joe Clark there, of course, knew Brian Mulroney very well. Clark was the predecessor, leader of the Progressive Conservative Party before Mulroney would go on to become leader and then Prime Minister. Canada's Governor General, you see her here talking to Mila Mulroney, Mary Simon. Justin Trudeau was also there today. And members of the public will be able to view Mulroney's casket today and tomorrow in Ottawa. Then viewings will be held in Montreal on Thursday and Friday, and Montreal will be the scene. There's the Prime Minister. Will be the scene of Saturday's state funeral, which will be held at the Notre Dame Basilica in Old Montreal. Mitch Hempel is my guest as we continue our ongoing coverage, remembering the life and times and the legacy of Brian Mulroney. Mitch is a conservative strategist with Enterprise Canada. Good to see you, my friend. Your take on what we're watching today from Ottawa, your thoughts?
It feels a bit like the end of an era. There are a lot of people saying that to a certain extent Brian Mulroney kind of felt timeless. He always felt like he would kind of be there as some sort of figure in Canadian politics. So to watch some of the scenes we're seeing from the Sir John A. Macdonald building definitely feels like we're closing the book on a prior chapter in Canadian politics.
You yourself are a conservative strategist, and I know you've followed his career and all the different achievements that he had in the 1980s and beyond. What jumps out for you, Mitch, the most of Brian Mulroney and the impact he had on our country?
I think even until he passed a couple of weeks ago, I don't know that we had as much appreciation for the degree to which the Americans really respected Mulroney. He had famous disagreements with Ronald Reagan over the apartheid regime in South Africa, for example, and he was still able to get significant work done with the United States on free trade, on the Acid Rain Treaty, on any number of issues, and that is a testament to the kind of politician he was, but also the stock that Brian Mulroney put in personal relationships and really being able to work through any difficulty and find common ground and achieve huge successes for this country.
It's interesting, too, to think about the efforts he tried, Mitch, in terms of national unity. And to a certain extent, there were some achievements, didn't obviously work out the way that he wanted to in other ways, quite dramatically, but always believed, regardless of people's political affinity or their ideology, that they could work together to build a better country, Mitch.
Well, the interesting thing to me about sort of the counterfactual, like, what if Meech Lake succeeded example is that to an extent it did. We've had a generation of asymmetric federalism involving the province of Quebec that is largely indistinguishable from the Distinct Society Clause that 30 years ago caused so much furor with the Meech Lake Accord. So unintentionally, perhaps, but we are still living in Brian Mulroney's Canada to a large extent with how the Federation sort of deals with itself.
Yeah, well said. Hey, Mitch, I appreciate you taking a bit of time today to give us your thoughts on Brian Mulroney, who's lying in state in the capital. All the best.
Good to talk to you, Tom.
All right, we're going to go to Canada's Defence Minister, who is up now. We're going to go live. Bill Blair talking about Canadian aid to Ukraine, its ongoing fight against the Russian invasion. Let's listen in here to Bill Blair.
Soldiers, to be more effective and safer on the battlefield. Finally, I'm also proud to say that Canada has officially joined the Ukrainian Defence Contact Group's Drone Capability Coalition, which is co-led by Latvia and the United Kingdom. This coalition is bringing together several partners working to find ways to increase drone production with the collective goal of delivering 1 million drones to Ukraine. Drones have, quite obviously, become an essential tool for the Ukrainian armed forces in their battles to fight against Russian aggression. They are adaptable, tough, and can perform a wide variety of tasks, from identifying threats to engaging with targets. Canada has already committed to donating over 800 Canadian-made drones to Ukraine, with the first scheduled to be delivered in the coming weeks. And by joining this coalition, Canada is going to be working with our allies to get even more critical drones into the hands of Ukrainian soldiers. And we have been working closely with Ukrainian industry and our coalition partners to support Ukrainian industry in the development of their drone capabilities and to help them be more effective on the battlefield. For over 2 years now, Ukrainians have fought bravely for their freedom, for democracy, and for the international rules-based order that has kept the globe safe for almost 80 years. And now more than ever, they need us to back them up, to make sure that they have the equipment and the supplies that they need to win this war. Canada has been resolute in its support for Ukraine until Ukraine's victory. We will continue to be there for Ukraine. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Some of the ammunition that will be delivered to Ukraine, will it include any 155 millimeter?
Yes, most definitely. The Czech Republic announced a number of months ago is they had obtained access to important calibers of ammunition that Ukraine needed, and most importantly, 155 ammunition. They also we entered into, in order to facilitate that purchase, using Canadian dollars to acquire what the Czechs had acquired and be able to deliver to Ukraine. We entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Czech Republic. I did that about 2 months ago. We have now been working with our coalition partners in the Ukraine Defence Contact Group, working with Ukraine, or with the Czech Republic and Ukraine, in order to facilitate the delivery of that ammunition. It is a range of ammunition that they've acquired, the 155 being the one I think most talked about, and obviously perhaps the greatest need that Ukraine has identified, but there are a number of other calibers of ammunition that the Czechs have been able to secure, and that we will be contributing with our coalition partners to deliver to Ukraine.
Is there any movement towards setting up production lines in Canada?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really important. We have actually a number of Canadian industries who are engaged in the production of artillery and ammunition. There are 4 different companies that just a few weeks ago we announced that we were providing $4.5 million to those 4 companies. We've been working very closely with them. We need them to develop new production lines. We need them to modify their production and increase their production. That's going to take some time, and so we've provided them with money, and we're working very closely with them to develop a strong plan in order to increase that production. I think it has to be based on our collaborative work together. But the long-term vision is to actually significantly increase munitions production here in Canada, because I believe very much production is deterrence, and we need to be able to make that investment, and it's an important investment. And at the same time, Ukraine's made it very clear to us, Evan, that they have a desperate need right now for artillery ammunition, and that shortage is being felt on the battlefield. The Czechs and other of our European partners have been working on ways to acquire that ammunition from other sources, and we're working with them in order to provide it as quickly as possible to Ukraine.
So you mentioned rapid delivery. When will that be?
Well, again, when I say rapid, I think we all recognize and understand the urgency. And I was on a conference call this morning with Ukrainian Minister of Defense, Rustem Umerov, who made it very clear that they have an immediate need. And so we're working with our coalition partners to make that happen. Weeks and months rather than years, I think is the best way to characterize it. There are a number of very significant initiatives underway by all of our coalition partners to get Ukraine what it needs. I'm actually very grateful to the work of the Czech Republic and others in order to secure supplies that we can deliver to them as quickly as possible.
Can you give us an update on the air defense system that Canada purchased for Ukraine?
Well, about a year ago, Canada entered into an agreement with the United States in order to join with them in the acquisition of NASAM missiles, NASAM missile systems. That was determined to be the most expeditious way in order to acquire and to deliver to Ukraine the missile systems that they told us that they needed. We then entered into that agreement with the United States. We provided them with a significant amount of funding for that system, about 400 million Canadian dollars. Unfortunately, the actual production and delivery of that system has taken some time. We're working very closely, and I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the important contribution of the U.S. ambassador. We've had conversations with the Secretary of Defense's office in order to expedite the delivery of those systems. Everyone understands the urgency, and even this morning, Secretary of Defense Austin spoke very, I think, clearly about the need for us to ramp up that production and deliver those NASAM systems as quickly as possible.
NATO has agreed to give Ukraine 1 million drones over the next year, and the Ukrainians have been saying they want to produce them inside Ukraine. Do you know where those drones are going to be made? Will they be sent from outside of Ukraine, or would you look to help them build factories?
It's a combination, I think, of both. And this is the important work, Evan, of the Ukrainian Drone Capability Coalition, which is being led by Latvia and the United Kingdom, and which I've just announced today that Canada is actually joining and becoming an important partner of. Some of those drones are going to be manufactured, obviously, outside of Ukraine, but I had the opportunity about a month ago. I was in Kyiv, and I met with their Minister of Strategic Industry. He explained to me some of the important work that they've been doing, lessons that they've learned from the battlefield that have informed their own industrial capacity, and that they have been developing their own drone manufacturing capabilities. We discussed how we can work collaboratively together, and even among the coalition partners, including Canada, investing in the purchase of Ukrainian-made drones as well. I think it's also a real opportunity. I don't think anybody knows better how to fight the Russians than the Ukrainians. They've got 2 years of hardened battle experience in that. And the evolution of drones in warfare, I think, is something that we all need to learn from, and needs to inform future defense acquisition policy. And so working very collaboratively with the Ukrainians, supporting the Ukrainians in their own manufacture, but I think there are real benefits to all of the coalition partners as well, including Canada.
Does the Canadian Forces have, or will it have, like a study group or a lessons learned unit that will take the lessons from the Ukrainian war and apply them to the Canadian?
All right, so we're listening into Canada's Defense Minister Bill Blair today, announcing some new money for Ukraine, more than 40 million Canadian dollars to help buy about 800,000 artillery shells from third countries for Ukraine. This is a strategy largely being led by the Czech Republic, which of course is a member of NATO, like Canada. Canada also donating about $7.5 million of night vision goggles to Ukraine. We know that ammunition supplies, and in particular those artillery shells, have now become a critical issue for Ukraine. It is running short of them in its third year of fighting against the Russians, and a huge funding bill in the United States is still stalled by Republicans. President Joe Biden has been asking for $60 billion from Congress in order to send more military aid to the Ukrainians. That has been stuck and stalled by the Republicans now for months. So one creative strategy the Czech Republic has come up with is trying to put money together to buy artillery shells from other countries around the world, and that is moving forward. Of course, the key is getting them to Ukraine as quickly as possible as it tries to fend off the Russians. Some other stories we're following today, including some good news when it comes to the economy. The inflation rate slowed slightly in the month of February. This data coming from Statistics Canada. Take a look. The Consumer Price Index rose by 2.8% on a year-over-year basis. That's down from an increase of 2.9% the month before. Canadians paid less for things like cellular services, while prices for groceries increased, but at a slower rate for the first time since October of 2021. Canadians are paying more for gas these days. Prices at the pump rising by 0.8% compared to 4% decline in the month of January. For the first time in history, our country was the most polluted one in North America last year. That finding, coming from the 2023 World Air Quality Report, found that 13 of the continent's most polluted cities were in Canada. The reason? Largely because of extensive wildfires that raged in the country from May to October, particularly in Alberta and the Northwest Territories. According to the company behind this, the level of fine particulate in May surged almost 9 times in Alberta compared to the same period in 2022. We spoke to the company's North American divisional head, who told us that this is all because of wildfires. Listen to this.
All of that headway that we made was basically negated by the air pollution, all coming from the wildfires. So although we did well on one end, it's really the wildfires overall that really bit us in the end when it comes to air quality.
2 cities in Alberta in particular, Fort McMurray and Peace River, as well as Yellowknife in the Northwest Territories, were the top 3 most polluted cities in North America. All right, in a moment for us, no ceasefire deal in sight between Israel and Hamas, but officials in Qatar, the country who really has been front and center in trying to broker a deal, say they are hopeful. Cautiously optimistic is the term they're using. We'll have more in a moment. Stay with us.
A new episode of Grey's Anatomy, Thursday at 9:10 Mountain on CTV.
Being your pilot means a lot. Being your pilot means a lot, because there's a lot riding on our wings. This message brought to you by ELPA, the Airline Pilots Association, Canada.
Good morning. Good morning with Dulcolax. For a gentle and fast relief, Dulcolax Soft Chews works with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes, making your good morning even better with Dulcolax.
It doesn't matter where you're starting from. Run your own race. Because doing something is everything. Visit onepeloton.ca, terms apply.
You know poop is coming, but you know you have nothing to fear. Pampers Swaddlers with new blowout barrier helps prevent up to 100% of leaks, even blowouts. Don't fear blowouts with Pampers Swaddlers. Eating should feel as good as laughter. The Laughing Cow, because it's better to laugh.
Whatever happens now, someone else knows the truth. What if there is a murderer walking among us?
We need to find a link between the victims. This village really is a place where murder is easy.
Now streaming on BritBox with the largest collection of Agatha Christie.
What's next? The whole collection, it is magnificent.
Isn't she marvelous?
Stream the best of British TV, only on BritBox. Start a free trial at BritBox.com.
And back to one of our top stories. Canada's inflation rate slowed slightly in the month of February, which is good news and certainly the right trend lines anyway. Let's bring in Claire Fan, economist at the Royal Bank of Canada, RBC. Hey, Claire, thanks for taking time for CTV News today. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Your reaction to the report, what does it mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you look at the sort of the headline readings as well as some of the details beneath those sort of numbers, they're all good news for the average Canadian households. I mean, the sort of year-over-year reading itself was a pretty big downside surprise relative to what we were expecting ahead of the release, which was actually for headline inflation to accelerate. And it came out lower, so 2.8% year over year. I mean, grocery prices now at 2.5%, which was the lowest rate since August of 2021, and energy inflation a bit more positive in February, but still low. And then the more important thing I think really here is we are seeing, and we continue to see, sort of easing price pressure on a very broad basis. I mean, it's not really one or two things that we're pointing to here. Consumers probably on an everyday basis among things that they consume, either discretionary or non-discretionary, are all seeing slowing price pressure. So I think it's just a really positive report in terms of how inflation trends are evolving in Canada.
Yeah, what do you think it means in terms of the Bank of Canada's decisions on interest rates coming up in the next couple of months, perhaps as soon as June, Claire?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's our view as well, for the bank to start moving the overnight rate lower starting in June. And I think this report, on top of what was already very positive January CPI report, both reports just reaffirmed that view, really. I mean, the Bank of Canada, as we've been saying this whole time, is trying to manage between upside inflationary risk, which looks to be, receding as we're looking at the data, and downside economic risk. I mean, so far, the sort of economic backdrop is still pretty soft. Consumer spending trends in early 2024 are not exactly picking up. So on top of that, there's more reason to expect inflation to slow further. So against that sort of backdrop and putting everything together, we really do think that there are enough to sort of motivate the Bank of Canada, for lack of a better word, to start moving rates lower as soon as June.
Last question for you, the prediction for March, and I know we're not quite at the end yet, but we are about 19 days into March. Any sense of what we may be seeing from what you can see from some of the raw data, Claire?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, in terms of the March data, or more broadly into sort of later this year, we are expecting inflation pressure just to continue to recede. From food's perspective, agriculture commodity prices have been trending lower still. I mean, we are seeing a little bit of pickup in oil prices these days, and probably that will translate to higher gasoline prices in the months ahead. But still, it's not sort of a substantial increase. And on top of that, again, this sort of broad-based scope of easing inflation pressure is really what we're continuing to expect in the months ahead. So I think for a lot of, again, consumers that have for all this time been challenged by higher prices and rising borrowing costs, there are a lot to look forward to.
Hey, Claire, appreciate you taking some time for CTV today. Thanks for coming on the program.
Thanks again for having me.
Claire Fan with the Royal Bank of Canada, RBC. All right, turning to the latest now on the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas. And there's word from Qatar that while no deal has officially been reached on a ceasefire in Gaza, negotiators say they're hopeful.
We have cautioned, and we will still caution, that any attack on Rafah will make the humanitarian situation considerably worse and will result in atrocities that have not been seen before in this terrible crisis.
The comments come after Israel's intelligence chief left Qatar following talks aimed at trying to reach a ceasefire. There's also renewed focus on Israel's warning of a ground offensive in Rafah in southern Gaza. A U.S. national security advisor to President Biden, Jake Sullivan, says the topic came up during a recent phone call between Biden and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That call happened on Monday. It's their first interaction in more than a month, as relations between the two leaders have been souring lately.
Our position is that Hamas should not be allowed a safe haven in Rafah or anywhere else. But a major ground operation there would be a mistake. It would lead to more innocent civilian deaths, worsen the already dire humanitarian crisis, deepen the anarchy in Gaza, and further isolate Israel internationally.
More than 1 million people have fled to Rafah, which has long been considered the last safe place in Gaza. Reaching a ceasefire agreement is also on the list for U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He's in the Middle East again to discuss humanitarian aid, post-war planning with officials from both Saudi Arabia and from Egypt.
100% of the population in Gaza is at severe levels of acute food insecurity. That's the first time an entire population has been so classified. We also see, again, according to, in this case, the United Nations, 100%, the totality of the population is in.
Meantime, Donald Trump stirring up some anger with recent controversial comments that Jewish Americans who vote for Democrats hate Israel and hate their religion. Trump made those comments during an interview on Monday when he was asked about Democratic criticism of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his handling of the war in Gaza. Well, the controversy around Princess Kate's whereabouts might finally be coming to an end as a new video has surfaced. The Princess of Wales was seen walking, carrying shopping bags at a farm near Windsor, which is not far from the family home. Prince William was also on that trip. Kate hasn't been seen in public since a hospital visit back in January for abdominal surgery. We don't know anything more about that procedure either. Despite a couple of blurry pictures and, of course, one that had been doctored by Kate, leading to a massive amount of public speculation, rumors on social media.
I would just expect her to be spotted at some point because obviously she's recovering from her surgery.
Yeah, it'd be great to see her back in the public and showing her face, and so everybody knows that she's doing fine, she's healthy and hopefully back serving us as we hope she will be soon.
And there's also this. Prince William made an appearance at several housing initiatives that he's a part of in the UK today to promote his homelessness and housing insecurity project, and his wife was not in attendance, as you can see. Some disturbing numbers from the International Labour Organization saying the private economy on the planet generating close to $240 billion in illegal profits every year from forced labour. The report shows a 37% increase in the illicit gains between 2014 and 2021. It goes on to estimate that traffickers, criminals are earning about $10,000 or so per victim. The organization defines forced labor as, quote, work extracted under the menace of penalty and for which people do not offer themselves up voluntarily. We were talking about interest rates a moment ago in our country. Here's an interesting wrinkle from Japan, another member of the G7, of course. The Bank of Japan has raised interest rates for the first time in 17 years, marking an historic shift away from an aggressive monetary policy that was implemented years ago to try and fight chronic deflation in Japan. Rates received a modest raise, somewhere between 0 and 0.1%. Japan's bank cut the rate back in 2016 to try and stimulate the country's stagnating economy. All right, still ahead for us, the late Brian Mulroney lying in state in Ottawa today. His family is there to welcome the Governor General, Prime Minister, many other politicians, family, friends, to say goodbye to one of Canada's most impactful prime ministers. We'll have more on Brian Mulroney, his life and times in just a moment, right here on CTV News Channel.
Oh, it's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Ooh, we're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, woo, I got the best seat in the house.
When you're looking for effective pain relief, choose Tylenol. It's clinically proven to start working in 15 to 20 minutes. Tylenol.
You might not know how to prevent calcium buildup, but we do.
All fixed.
For about $1 a day, count on Reliance to solve your hard water issues.
Call on Reliance.
What would you like to pay for your hotel room tonight? $249, $225, or $199? Same room, same service, just different prices. It's really up to you. Well, nobody asks you this at reception, but that's exactly what Trivago does. Trivago compares hotel prices from hundreds of booking sites. So, save yourself valuable time and money. Use Trivago. Compare hotel prices and save up to $50 a night. Hotel Trivago.
It's odd how, in an instant, things can transform. Slipping out of balance into free fall.
The stock market is now down 23%. This is happening, people.
Where there are so few certainties.
Look around. You deserve it.
As we navigate a future unknown. I'm glad I found stability amidst it all. Gold. Standing the test of time.
I'm Dr. Sean Murphy. I don't know if I can help, but I am going to try. I have learned some very useful things from you. Start the timer, please.
I think that was your fastest yet.
Second fastest. I will miss you both.
The Good Doctor, Tuesday at 10, 8 Mountain on CTV.
You're watching CTV News Channel. Good to have you with us. Brian Mulroney is lying in state today in Ottawa. Of course, the capital of a country that he really reshaped in many different ways during those 9 years that he was Prime Minister. Mulroney died on February the 29th, 84 years old, and over the past 4 hours or so, we have seen family, friends, former colleagues, politicians, ambassadors, dignitaries, you name it, pay their respects to him and his family during the procession. Here's some of what it looked like.
Outward dress, dress, dress. Prepare to slow march, march. Ins, outs, ins, outs, in.
Mulroney's casket was carried into the Sir John A. Macdonald building by members of the RCMP. His family, including wife Mila Mulroney, 4 children, grandchildren, all in attendance today. As you see that photo of him there and that portrait as well of the former Prime Minister. We've been hearing from many voices on the impact Mulroney had on Canada. Former Governor General David Johnston, for example, as well as former Prime Minister Joe Clark, who of course served as Prime Minister in 1979 and was the leader of the Progressive Conservatives prior to Brian Mulroney. They had a lot of things to say about him, including the fact that he was willing to work with people of all different kinds of political backgrounds.
We need his values today very much, beginning with the courtesy, the civility, the kindness. So many instances where he reached out to people who were in sorrow or grief or difficulty, in a very genuine way, as was the case with his wife Mila, and crossing party lines. And that civility is a wonderfully important quality today.
His ability to take his substantial talents and apply them with enormous consistency and discipline to trying to make the country a better place.
All right, CTV's Colton Prail is outside of the Sir John A. Macdonald building. And Colton, we can see members of the public behind you because there are still a lot of people who've been coming out today, not only dignitaries, politicians, but just, everyday Canadians who remember Brian Mulroney in one way, shape, or form and want to pay tribute to him today.
That's absolutely right, Todd. The people behind me, some of them waiting for more than an hour in line, and they're not the first to get in. In fact, the first gentleman in line came here. He was in line by 11 a.m. He'd been here even earlier. We actually had a chance to speak with him. His name was Gordon Pavey, and he was actually a member of the RCMP and the protective detail that served with Brian Mulroney. He spoke about the Prime Minister and what it was like to travel the world with him. That was such an impactful moment for his life, and he said he really felt called to come here and to give his thanks to the Prime Minister, but also to pay respect to the family and offer his condolences. And while his story is one of an intimate connection with the Prime Minister, there are so many here who feel similar connections but maybe weren't living quite as close. I spoke with a woman named Kim who waited several hours to get her chance to say hello and to give her condolences and pay her respects to the Prime Minister. She moved to Canada at a young age, studied politics here, and she talked about him being the first Prime Minister who she was able to vote for an election and described described him as one of the last gentlemen of Canadian politics. It's those kind of memories that people are lining up for here today. It's to take that very rare opportunity, because for so many, this is maybe the first time they've had a chance to do this for a former Canadian Prime Minister, or it's one of the rare opportunities in their lives if they were there when Pierre Elliott Trudeau died. And so this is quite significant in Canada, and these people are standing behind me. There's just over 100, at least in this line. There has been significantly more for good reason. We're expecting these crowds to stay and continue on throughout the day, and of course there'll be the same opportunity in Montreal before the state funeral.
It's interesting too, Colton, and you cover politics. You don't see this very often in Canada, this sort of procession, this sort of ceremony, this sort of paying of respects, to a prime minister who, was to a certain extent, a champion of the environment, a champion of free trade, really tried to put Canada on the world stage when it came to, the end of the Cold War and fighting apartheid in South Africa. I mean, so many different areas in which Brian Mulroney had a big hand in.
Absolutely. And let's not forget, too, that this is a man who, when he left office, and certainly when his party was forced out of government, he was not well liked at the time. Lion Brian is not something that the media came up with alone. This is someone who has fostered an incredible legacy through ups and downs of politics, and now is an opportunity to repay that. You talk about what he did, for example, with apartheid, Nelson Mandela. We were talking with former Governor General Michaëlle Jean, what it meant for her to have that sort of ally on that fight, to have someone who was willing to accept her and stand behind her appointment as Governor General at a time where it wasn't necessarily the most popular appointment across the country. This is a statesman who was, as we've heard so many times, able to cross those party lines, able to connect with people on all sides of the country as a human being and step back from that political position of power and connect with them person to person. I was speaking with listening to Dominic LeBlanc talk earlier this morning. He talked about during his illness about 5 years ago. It was highly covered at the time. Brian Mulroney, one of the first people to call him, again, across party lines. Sean Fraser talked about how frequently, especially during the pandemic, he and Mr. Mulroney would chat. He'd get advice from him, especially being the MP that Fraser grew up with. He had a lasting impact on Canadian politics, not just in the Conservative Party, not just in Quebec, but across this entire country. And that's what's being remembered here today. The number of people who I've spoke to, average Canadians, who have just described the connection they felt with him, that they felt he was truly genuine, that he understood them, and that he was, one of those few purple leaders willing to be on both sides of the issues, willing to fight for things that mattered and weren't popular. Acid rain, one example, the free trade agreement, another. That's what's being memorialized here today, and you can see his legacy behind me. You can see the number of people coming out in what's going to be a week of this, a week of tributes and memories and respect for the 18th Prime Minister of the country.
CTV's Colton Prale in Ottawa with the latest. Thanks for this, Colton. We'll check in again.
Anytime.
And a programming note, we will have special coverage of Brian Mulroney's state funeral on Saturday, starting at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific. It'll be led by our chief news anchor here at CTV, Omar Sachedina, as well as our chief political correspondent, Vashi Kapelos. That'll be live on the main CTV channel, as well as with us right here on CTV News Channel, and it will stream as well at ctvnews.ca. And we'll have ongoing coverage saying goodbye to Brian Mulroney throughout the day today. A motion from the federal New Democrats that initially called on Canada to recognize the state of Palestine passed amid widespread acrimony and controversy on Monday night, but only after the Trudeau Liberals drastically altered the wording to say that the Trudeau government will simply work toward the aim as part of a two-state solution, working with international partners to establish eventually a Palestinian state, but this was not outright recognition. Let's bring in NDP strategist Tom Parkin with more on why the NDP, Tom, good to see you, as always, thought this was so important to do. Bring us up to speed on your take here.
I think a couple of substantive things happened last night, and it was driven, of course, by a political situation, which is the Liberals are down, and they were feeling divided. There was division going on because a lot of Liberal MPs were indicating they were going to support the NDP's original unamended motion. And so some negotiations broke out, and some New Democrats obviously felt as I think we all should, that it's important to do something that is going to accomplish some good, rather than to have a motion fail and accomplish nothing at all. And this does quite a bit. It doesn't immediately recognize Palestine, which is what the NDP originally sought, but it does say that Canada can do that on its own accord, which is a change from previous policy, which said that Canada would only recognize Palestine after Israel has done so. And with Netanyahu in power, I think the chances of that ever happening are pretty slim. So with Biden suggesting that there's a space for making a recognition of Israel without Netanyahu's support, and Macron saying something similar, moving Trudeau to this same position gives us some momentum internationally towards putting in place a piece of the two-state solution. That is the other state, which can hopefully from there be encouraged to negotiate peace.
Yeah, so major alterations were made, but it does agree to kind of work toward that eventual goal of Palestinian statehood. Even that, Tom, as you know, is controversial in some quarters, and some MPs have called the whole evening an embarrassment as well. What's your take on the controversy surrounding what the NDP tried to do here?
My take is that some people are really out of tune with what Canadians think and feel about the Middle East. It's a terrible. I've grown up my entire life watching the turmoil, the terror, the violence in Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, and I think most of us in Canada we ache when we see the pictures, and we want to do something. And those Canadians, those MPs who say there's nothing that can be done, that it's just more war, that we shouldn't take steps, are just out of tune with Canadians. We saw a poll from Angus Reid in mid-February, February 12th, that showed that most Canadians, 61%, wanted to recognize Palestine, and overwhelmingly Canadians want that as a step in a two-state solution. But there's also other important movements here in this motion, Keith. Because it's not just the story, which is around recognition, but also an arms embargo, a call for an immediate ceasefire, recognition of the International Criminal Justice Court's work. There is a recognition that all hostages have to be released, and there's a motion. A part of the motion is to allow the Canadian government to put sanctions on extremist settlers who inflict violence on innocent Palestinian civilians in their own land, which is something that is not being talked about in Canada, but in other parts of the world, including in the Biden administration. This is now an open subject that people cannot be allowed to, with impunity, terrorize people out of their homes in their own countryside. And if no one else in the world will speak up to dissuade that, to punish that activity, then we will do so. And so these are all parts of that motion. So there's a lot to it. And I think it all really springs from Canadians' hope that we can do our part to help bring together those in the Middle East who do want peace and try and find a path forward.
NDP strategist Tom Parkin, good to see you, my friend. Thanks for taking time for CTV. As always, share your thoughts.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. Thank you.
Tom Parkin, NDP strategist. All right, in a moment for us, a new report saying 13 of the most polluted cities in North America last year were in Canada. We'll have more on why in a moment.
If it happens here or around the world, trust CTV News Channel to deliver live, breaking, 24 hours a day. Download the CTV News app or stream anytime at ctvnews.ca.
Sullivan's Crossing, new season, Sunday, April 14th on CTV.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back and better than ever. Enjoy Canada's favorite rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our famous fish and chips, new fish sandwich, or our new popcorn shrimp appetizer. Starting from only $16.99. Hurry in to Swiss Chalet.
This thing isn't getting any better.
And it won't get better. It's a nail fungus infection.
On top of that, it looks gross.
And it can spread to other people. It's contagious. You need a prescription.
Ask your doctor or foot care practitioner about prescription treatments that can be applied to the nail.
The future is not just going to happen. You have to make it. And if you want a successful business, all it takes is an idea. And now becomes the future. A future where you grew a dream into a reality. It's waiting for you mere minutes away. The future is nothing but power. And it's all yours. The all-new GoDaddy Aero. Get your business online in minutes with the power of AI.
There's nothing comfortable about stress-to-pation. Restorelax relieves constipation gently without causing gas, bloating, cramping, or sudden urge to go. Take comfort in Restorelax. Try Restorafiber Daily Gummies, prebiotic fiber.
This is the story of Molly and Sid, retired grandparents who love keeping up with their grandkids. With Manulife Cover Me health and dental insurance, they were covered for everything from sensitive teeth to vision care, even prescription meds for high blood pressure. Molly and Sid can relax knowing they are covered for pre-existing conditions like diabetes. That's Molly and Sid's story. Manulife Cover Me has you covered for yours. Manulife, where will better take you?
George? Jean?
Nespresso. What else?
Welcome back to News Channel. I'm Todd Vanderheyden. We're tracking an environmental story. This is not a good one. For the first time in history, Canada, the most polluted country in North America. That happened last year. This finding coming from the 2023 World Air Quality Report found 13 of the most polluted cities on the continent were in Canada. That's thanks largely to extensive wildfires that raged in our country from May to October. According to the air quality company responsible for doing this study, things got very bad in Calgary. There was a 9-fold surge in that province when it came to